Chapter 449. Terrifying Level 70 Devourer. Chapter 449. Terrifying Level 70 Devourer. A glint flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes, and instead of waiting for the devourers to reach him, he took the initiative to charge forwards and slice another of the remaining devourers in two. After consecutively killing 3 devourers, the remaining devourers reached his side and attacked. Yu Zhong correspondingly released the gravity manipulation skill, and a force immediately began pressing down on the devourers, causing their bodies to shudder, and their movements were finally slowed. The devil flame sword in Yu Zhong's hands slashed out, leaving shadows in its wake. That single movement aimed at the devourers who suddenly came to a stop, and the remaining devourers found their bodies sliced apart, blood spraying everywhere. Congratulations on reaching level 61, and gaining 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, and allocated those points to his agility. Killing 50 devourers in that short but intense battle proved to be rewarding, as he gained 3 dropped skill books as well as 2 green treasure boxes and 8 white treasure boxes. Yu Zhong swiftly stored them all in his ring, and turned around to retreat, not looking back. The number of zombies here were simply too many, and Yu Zhong was not confident he could get out safely if he was to be surrounded. The ordinary zombies swarmed around Yu Zhong, but were easily dispatched by him and White Bones, as they slaughtered their way out. Yu Zhong and White Bones had just hacked their way out of the horde, when he saw the summoned Type 2 green Jiao Python assisting him being bombarded by countless fire projectiles, causing its body to slowly shatter, before it disintegrated and disappeared. When he witnessed this, a chill came down his spine. Even a Type 2 mutant beast cannot withstand that attack. Did the zombies evolve again? The Type 2 mutant beasts were like invincible existences to ordinary zombies. Now that the Type 2 green Jiao Python was actually defeated by those unknown fire projectiles, it was obvious that within the sea of zombies, there was an evolved zombie which had the ability to deal with Type 2 mutant beasts. Yu Zhong's body flitted about the battlefield, and soon, he caught up with the retreating troops that had reached the second defensive point. The huge sea of zombies continued to shamble forwards with no increase nor decrease in speed, and pretty soon, the battle resumed. After another 30 minutes, Yu Zhong had no choice but to get his troops to retreat yet again, abandoning the second post. The constant intense battling and retreat continued for almost a day, and Yu Zhong was forced to abandon 8 lines of defense. The soldiers under Ing Kai Shan and Chai Zitsang were pushed to exhaustion, nearing their limits, and were switched out to take a break. The Raven combat uniform was extremely useful, with its +3 to all attributes, and its defensive nature had protected many of the soldiers, allowing them to maintain the defense for an entire day. As Ing Kai Shan and Chai Zitsang brought their battalions back, they counted a loss of 150+ soldiers. However, with the aid of the traps and heavy firepower, they had managed to annihilate over 300,000 zombies. Wang He's and Chen Xinggang's troops were then deployed to the front line, and they started to engage the zombies in battle. The number of experts in their battalions were high, and were extremely ferocious in their fighting. However, against the sea of zombies which continued to advance, they were forced to retreat as they fought. Alongside Yu Zhong they fought as they were forced to abandon post after post, making use of space and tactics to eliminate the zombies. In the afternoon, right as the sun was about to set, Yu Zhong then gave the order for one of his trump cards to be deployed, the Armored Division. Charge! Armored Division, onwards! The Armored Division was the one of the cards in Yu Zhong's hands, but he did not think that he could make use of the division to totally wipe out the zombie horde. Hence, he had saved them for a critical juncture, which was to launch an assault before evening fell. After all, battling in the night was disadvantageous to the humans. 20 Type 96 tanks, 30 IFVs, 20 heavy vehicles, 10 road rollers, and 30 machine gun-mounted cars formed the Armored Division. At the order they came crashing out towards the zombie horde. Wang He commanded the soldiers of the 6th Battalion and followed behind, ordering the charge towards the zombie horde. The Type 96 tanks in the front were truly all-conquering. They dove right into the heart of battle, and made use of their weight and armor to crush any zombies in the way. Be it the L2S, L1S, S2S or S1S, any zombie that got caught in the assault would be thoroughly trampled and minced into paste. The soldiers of the 6th Battalion were in charge of cleaning up any leftover zombies that had escaped the crushing. Just as the armored division were concentrating on clearing the way of any zombies, the horde suddenly parted, as a 1,000 hours 1 second appeared, lined up neatly. The 1,000 hours 1 second opened their mouth, and 1,000 fireballs came hurtling towards the armored division. Hong! Hong! With the rain of fireballs, 7 IFVs were instantly caught in the impact and blast, as they exploded. 6 other machine gun-mounted vehicles caught fire and exploded in a ball of flames. 4 of the huge trucks were pulverized and became unusable. 5 of the road rollers were also instantly destroyed. Of the 20 tanks, 1 had been blasted apart, while the 2 of the remaining tanks had their mounted guns destroyed, but otherwise everything else was fine. The tanks were truly the toughest existence on the battlefield, and could withstand even the hits from rockets. While those fireballs had not harmed the armor of the tanks, they had destroyed a large part of the armored division, and even 30 soldiers from Wang He's battalion were lost. This single move from the zombie horde caused a huge loss for Yu Zhong's troop. Seeing those neatly placed H1S, the remaining 23 IFVs turned their 25mm machine guns and fired wildly at the H1S. Facing that hail of bullets, many of the H1S were pummeled by bullets, their bodies covered with bullet holes. The tanks, which were termed as the kings of the battlefield, also unleashed their cannons and blasted numerous H1S into pieces. At this time, a huge number of S2S and L2S swarmed over, making their way towards the armored division. Led by the 20 tanks, the armored division charged forwards without hesitation, causing those zombies to be knocked away, before being crushed beneath the tracks of the armored vehicles. Facing the tyrannical tanks, any zombies that got in the way would be instantly turned into meat paste. However, with every second, there would be other zombies to fill the gaps and blocked the movements of the armored vehicles with their own flesh and bodies. It was as futile as a mantis trying to block a car. With the 20 tanks crushing and proceeding forward, forcefully creating a bloody path of about 1 kilometer, suddenly, a level 70 devourer leapt out from within the midst of the horde, and jumped onto one of the tanks. The devourer had insanely sharp claws, and it slashed viciously at the roof of the tank, instantly piercing that proud, thick plate armor. It then swung out with force, tearing the entire roof away from the tank, and shot a black poison dart into the tank. When the devourer evolved to reach level 70, it had over 30 times the strength of a human, which was equivalent to a few tons of strength, and could somewhat easily rip the covering of the tank off. Immediately, the interior of the tank was engulfed in a black fog, and the soldiers struggled in agony for a short while, before their eyes lost focus and became a group of zombies. Losing control, the tank stopped within the horde. Damned bastard! Yu Zhong joined in the fray, seeing how the level 70 devourer had stopped one of his tanks. His heart was filled with rage. A tank was stopped. That proved that the rest of the horde had the means to disable the entire fleet as well. The tank was one of the trump cards in Yu Zhong's hands, and he would not allow more of the tanks to be destroyed. Yu Zhong immediately let out a howl towards the skies, and his hands flashed, before a devil flame sword conjured in them. He activated his shadow steps, and shot towards the level 70 devourer like a spectre. Hearing that howl, the other trump card in Yu Zhong's hands, the eyes of the Type 3 lightning flashed, as it led its 400 brothers, and they came speeding out from the forest, and charged in at the zombies. On the other side, the level 70 devourer felt the threat from Yu Zhong, and it turned to face him, unleashing a speed that was comparable to the Type 2 lightning. It charged at Yu Zhong, and in a flash, it managed to reach the left side of Yu Zhong, swiping out viciously. If Yu Zhong was like the time where he had just appeared in Vietnam, it would be impossible for him to dodge or defend against this strike from the level 70 Devourer. However, Yu Zhong was now a level 61 enhancer, and his agility was constantly enhanced. While it could not overcome the level 70 Devourer, it was not too much lower, and it was thus possible for him to exchange blows with it. His body lightly twisted, and the devil flame sword in his hands slashed towards the level 70 Devourer. The Devourer responded by extending a leg to tap the ground, forcefully altering its course midair, and dodged the slash of Yu Zhong. At the same time, it unleashed a forceful kick towards Yu Zhong's body. What a fearsome Devourer! Yu Zhong felt as though he was struck by some immense force, his body sent flying back a few meters. His chest seemed to cave in a little, as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart thoroughly shocked at the strength. Just as the Devourer had just kicked Yu Zhong away, from the midst of the horde, 3 sharp spikes suddenly shot towards the Devourer. The Devourer turned to face the 3 sharp bone spikes, its claws slashing out, leaving a trail of shadows behind, as it forcefully chopped the incoming bone spikes off. Chapter 450. Tank Destroyed. Chapter 450. Tank Destroyed. The Devourer had just struck the 3 bone spikes away, when an unexpected devil flame spear came whistling in from the back, and instantly pierced its head, causing it to explode into foul, smoking chunks. Congratulations on achieving level 62, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. The moment Yu Zhong killed the level 70 Devourer, a huge orb of experience had floated into his body, instantly pushing him to reach another level. Yu Zhong swiftly allocated the points to his agility, before a huge sense of crisis welled up in him, and he instantly shot backwards in retreat. Only to discover that within the horde of zombies, a number of level 70 Devourers were galloping towards his direction. These level 70 Devourers, with the protection of the ordinary zombies, possessed the power to destroy a tank. While they had no way of actually demolishing the entire armor of the tank, they could tear apart the roof of the tanks and assault the soldiers within. Seeing so many suddenly leaping out, all the tank soldiers were gripped by fear. These freaks could actually threaten the soldiers within the safety of the tanks, and it left them with little sense of security. It must be known that tanks were widely assumed to be invincible on the battlefield. Even without their cannons, no zombies could withstand the crushing of the tank. The 23 IFVs following behind the tanks opened fire, and their 25mm machine guns fired rapidly into the horde, aiming for those level 70 Devourers. Under the rain of bullets, a large number of the zombies who moved to intercept were instantly ripped to shreds. Many of the level 70 Devourers were also felled by the sudden rapid fire. However, a terrifying scene presented itself. Those level 70 Devourers that were struck down by the 25mm machine guns instantly got up after they fell, and continued to charge towards their direction. It was obvious that the machine guns had little to no effect on these monsters. Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons! The remaining 19 tanks swiveled their cannons towards the Devourers and opened fire. One of the Devourer was hit by one particular round, and it was blasted into pieces. However, the movement speed of those Devourers were truly too fast, as after just taking down 2 of the Devourers, the rest had already reached this side. In an instant 20 of these level 70 Devourers had crossed the defensive barrier, and were charging at the tank. As long as the remaining 19 tanks were destroyed, then the armored division of Yu Zhong would be crippled by half. Yu Zhong saw the incoming 20 Devourers and his eyes widened as he shouted, "Shit! Inkai-shan, come and assist me!" Inkai-shan had followed Yu Zhong through the life-and-death battle at the small town, and his enhancement level had reached level 49. Coupled with his combat experience, he proved a mighty fighting force. Hearing Yu Zhong's command, In Kai Shan instantly rushed over, eyeing those 20 devourers in the distance, and gave orders to his subordinates. Everyone is to use the gravity manipulation. Those who can use the airlock and other control skills utilize them as well. Among those experts led by In Kai Shan, many of them had control abilities and they immediately casted them on those incoming devourers. A flurry of control-type abilities were launched at the 20 devourers. Under the combined efforts of those experts, the speed of the 20 devourers that could match a Type 2 lightning began to slow. Yu Zhong sucked in a breath as he wielded his devil flame sword and rushed towards the 20 level 70 devourers. In a flash, Yu Zhong appeared beside a tank, his 4-m-long devil flame sword swinging towards a devourer that had just leapt onto the tank. At the same time, he activated the gravity manipulation, and a huge force weighed down on the devourer. The devourer was already under twice the gravity due to the supporting troops. When adding on Yu Zhong's ability, it had to support itself under thrice the pressure. Its speed was slowed down considerably, and was not as threatening as it was before. Yu Zhong's swing directly sliced it in half, causing black blood to splatter and cover the outer covering of the tank. If it was just Yu Zhong himself, taking down this single devourer would have required him to expend all his energy, but with the support of In Kai Shan and his subordinates, he managed to easily take it down. Yu Zhong had just taken down that devourer when 6 others immediately pounced at him. These devourers had no eyes, but they had evolved an acute sense of smell and hearing, and possessed an incredible sense of danger perception. They could feel that this human in front of them was a threat to them, and hence made their way towards him. Right as Yu Zhong was about to be surrounded by those 6 devourers, In Kai Shan waved his hand, and sharp ice picks appeared in mid-air and bombarded the 6 level 70 devourers. The devourers did not dodge nor evade, and as the ice picks landed on their bodies, they shattered, evidently not enough to pierce the hide that could withstand even the damage from a 25mm round. In Kai Shan's pupils narrowed as he continued to activate his skill, and each time the ice picks shattered on the bodies of those devourers, they added to their body weight. All of a sudden, a sharp-boned spike exploded out from one side, shooting towards the 6 devourers. Facing those sharp-boned spikes, the devourers just slashed their claws and caused the bone spikes to break off. Seizing his chance, Yu Zhong's body flashed, and appeared behind one of the devourers, activating his gravity manipulation, and then directly using his devil flame sword to slash downwards, slicing its body in 2. After quickly disposing of that devourer, his left hand lit up, and a devil flame spear was conjured, before he flung it towards another devourer head, causing it to explode into flaming chunks. At almost the same time, a shadow appeared from nowhere, breaking the sound barrier, and chomped down on the head of one of the devourers, as it burst in its jaws. It was precisely the Type 3 lightning. Lightning relied on its incredible speed to pounce about the battlefield, assaulting the devourers that caused even Yu Zhong to feel at a loss. Multiple bodies fell lifelessly with their heads removed. From afar, In Kai Shan watched this and shuddered involuntarily, so terrifying. With lightning's Mach 1 speed, in only a single exchange, In Kai Shan would be immediately killed. Within Guilin City, other than those agility-type evolvers, if the other evolvers did not make any ample preparations, they would also likely be finished off by lightning easily. In a short matter of 10 seconds, the remaining 14 devourers which were under the effects of the controlling skills were also killed swiftly by lightning. With the deaths of the 14 devourers, the rest of the horde had no way of blocking the metal behemoths that could crush their numbers. A large number of the ordinary zombies were then turned into meat paste under the continued assault of the remaining 19 tanks and the rest of the armored division. With the armored division pushing forth, the huge sea of zombies was forced back about 15 kilometers. After ensuring that the huge horde had been pushed back, the armored division quickly retreated back towards the center of Gillen City. After a rough day, the armored division had to be refueled, and their ammo replenished. Even the operators within required rest. At the same time, the troops under Ing Kai Shan had exhausted themselves after an entire day of battle, and desperately needed rest. The 3 million-strong zombie horde was not a small number, and Yu Zhong did not think that he would be able to finish this in a day as well. He had made use of the tanks in the evening to buy time for his troops to rest as well. After all, fighting in the night was disadvantageous to the humans. A distance of 15 kilometers was going to take at least a few hours for the ordinary zombies, as based on their walking speed, they would cover about 1 kilometer or so every hour. However, that was the main bulk of the force. If there were no ordinary zombies that got in the way, Yu Zhong would have slaughtered any scattered pockets of zombies easily. As night fell, piping hot dinner was served to the front lines. The dinner consisted of huge chunks of Type 2 mutant beast meat as well as rice. There were various other assorted dishes brought out by the appreciative vendors from Gillen City as well. Everyone knew how important this battle was. The moment the troops lost, everyone would stand to lose everything, and the newly established order and security would collapse again. Many people had experienced the dark times where society lacked stability and control, and inner human depravity was rampant. For the sake of a small meal, lives could be lost. To protect their current paradise now, everyone was activated, and every youth would help to fortify the city, while the women and kids helped to deliver food to the soldiers. The good thing about being in battle was that the soldiers had no need to eat from cans. Jing Ming he brought a bunch of documents as he came to report to Yu Zhong. Today's battle, we lost 327 men, expended 900,000 rounds of bullets, and 600 artillery rounds. Our current supplies, including the refilled bullets, only number around 1.3 million rounds, and there are about 500 rounds for the 122mm rocket launchers. Hearing the report, Yu Zhong's face turned downcast. He had expended all his energy, and deployed multiple trump cards, and managed to kill over 700,000 zombies. However, his ammunition consumption was too high. Even if the remaining 1.3 million rounds were to take down a zombie each, they could at most kill another 1.3 million zombies. However, that was just impossible. Logistics and supplies were the lifeline of a modern military. With enough ammunition, a few red arrows could easily unleash hell upon those zombies. The main contributing factor for the elimination of 700,000 zombies were the cannons and the armored division. The expenditure of the 900,000 rounds would have at most killed 60,000 zombies. Yu Zhong waved his hands to signal for Jing Ming he to be dismissed, as he looked to the distance and frowned, thinking silently, "I guess it's up to the trap." Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Yu Zhong had some sort of inspiration, as though he caught a thought, but that sudden flash of insight left him, and he frowned as he tried to focus. It was just that no matter how much Yu Zhong racked his brains, the insight had disappeared, and it caused him to be vexed. "Big brother, time to eat." At this time, Mu Xiangling came skipping into the room and pulled his hands towards the dining table. Yu Zhong was dragged to the table, and he began to stuff the Type 3 mutant beast meat into his mouth. After undergoing skilled preparations by chefs, the meat melted in Yu Zhong's mouth, turning into warm sources of energy that replenished his stamina and spirit. It was truly a powerful nourishment. Ningyu Xian looked at Yu Zhong, who was absent-minded, and asked, "What's the matter?" "It must be problems arising from hunting the zombies." Mu Xiangling eyed Yu Zhong and said, "Big brother, those zombies are controlled by the Z-types, right? Isn't it easier to just dispose of the Z-types then?" Yu Zhong shook his head when he heard that. "It's not that simple. The zombie horde is too vast. If you were to look out, they're all zombies. Since those Z-types possess intelligence, how would it be easy to pinpoint their location? Furthermore, they had always liked to stay in safe and secure places. Wait! A safe place? Yu Zhong suddenly recalled his inspiration as he spoke up to this point. He became excited and hugged Mu Xiangling, kissing her cheeks. Thank you, little Xiangling. Ha ha. Mu Xiangling was caught off guard, and after she was kissed on the cheeks, she began to struggle, with her face flushed red, and using only a small voice to protest. Lolicon! Pervert, release me! If you don't, I'm going to scream. Ha ha! Yu Zhong roared with laughter, his mood becoming better as he let Mu Xiangling down. Leader? The zombies have launched a night assault. Just as Yu Zhong released Mu Xiangling, an intelligence officer came running and reporting in an urgent manner. What? I'm going. Yu Zhong's face fell, and immediately grabbed a piece of Type 3 mutant beast meat and shoved it into his mouth before rushing off. Ningyu Xin and Xin Jia Ro exchanged looks, before hurriedly finishing the meat on their plates, and followed suit. Yu Zhong came to the front lines, only to discover under the cover of the night, 10,000 S2S were charging towards Yu Zhong's location like specters. Since the huge zombie horde had been chased back for dozens of kilometers, the ordinary zombies would not be that fast with their speed. It was only possible for the evolved types to reach the defenses so quickly. Chapter 451. Defeating the Zombie Horde. Chapter 451. Defeating the Zombie Horde. Yu Zhong eyed the swift S2S and his brows furrowed. Damn it! Those Z-types have learned how to launch a night assault. Battling at night was the toughest for humans. In the night, their vision was limited and could not exhibit 100% of their combat prowess. The 10,000 S2S attacking at night was even more terrifying than 200,000 ordinary zombies. The moment the S2S got close, it would be devastating for the normal soldiers. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was unwilling to utilize the little heavy artillery he had against those S2S. Yu Zhong eyed those S2S and mulled for a moment, before he unleashed a howl towards the skies. Hearing that howl, Lightning and its brothers, which were enjoying munching on the zombie corpses, released a howl in reply, and charged out from the jungle, pouncing towards the S2S. During the battle in the day, of the 400 ordinary mutant leopard cats that Lightning led, 100 had perished at the hands of the zombies, as even the L2S and S2S had the capabilities to hurt the ordinary mutant leopard cat. Release the flare. Relay my order. Get Wang He and his troops to defend the post. Yu Zhong shouted orders to an officer beside him, before he brought White Bones along with him, and charged towards the horde of S2S. By now, Yu Zhong's strength was tyrannical. Any S2 that got near him would be instantly sliced apart. White Bones ran alongside Yu Zhong, and released 10 sharp bone blades from its body, that seemed to possess lives of their own as they pierced the heads of the S2S without stop. The speed at which White Bones was wiping out the S2S was even faster than Yu Zhong. On the other side, Lightning led its brothers and unleashed carnage upon those S2S. However, the numbers of the S2S were truly too many, and just the efforts of Yu Zhong, White Bones and the mutant beast horde led by Lightning was not enough to truly withstand the assault. Many of the S2S leapt past the defensive line of Yu Zhong and his party, making their way towards the humans' defense post. Right at this time, all around the human encampment, the multiple traps laid displayed their effectiveness. One S2 was in the middle of a frenzied charge when it was caught in the razor wire perimeter, and its legs were sliced off cleanly. Another S2 was also charging madly when an icy platform appeared in front of it, causing it to lose balance and fall, while the 10 other S2S behind it got entangled and fell as well. Outside the defense post, there were many sharp steel beams facing outwards. Any evolved zombies that were unfortunate enough to ram into the defense would be impaled on those sharp stakes. As for the defense post itself, 1,000 enhancers leapt out, and they wielded different types of weapons as they charged at the S2S. Hampered by the various traps, the S2S had no way of displaying their full strength, and as they keep getting caught and falling, their threat level fell. The humans charged forwards and slaughtered those incapacitated S2S. Ice picks, fireballs, air blades, blade beams, blade chi, ground spikes, sniper bullets, vine manipulation, ground manipulation, gravity manipulation. All sorts of techniques and skills were repeatedly cast on the S2S, constantly grinding them down. The intense battle continued for an entire half-hour, and the human army lost 24 of their enhancers before they finally wiped out the 10,000-strong horde of S2S, of which White Bones alone slaughtered 500 S2S. Yu Zhong himself killed 300, and had reached level 63. After disposing of the S2 army, many of the enhancers just fell asleep at the front lines, exhausted beyond measure. Yu Zhong left White Bones to defend the front lines. He himself also laid on an army cot at the front lines and fell into deep slumber. At noon the next day, the skies were still snowing, and the huge zombie horde finally appeared in front of Guilin City. The sea of zombies had managed to close the distance that was created the day before by the armored division, mutant beast horde and efforts of the experts. Move out! Yu Zhong sat in an assault helicopter and gave the command to the pilot. The pilot nodded in response, and flew the helicopter towards the skies. Yu Zhong felt his body trembling together with the vibrating of the helicopter, and as it flew higher, the scene on the ground gradually became smaller. The assault helicopter flew above the horde, and Yu Zhong looked down, only to see a vast gathering of zombies, even after clearing over 700,000 of them yesterday. Other than this assault helicopter carrying Yu Zhong, there were 13 others, and these were all the assault helicopters belonging to Guilin City. They were the only aerial forms of attack that Yu Zhong possessed, one of his trump cards. The huge horde kept shuffling forward, and soon, an intense battle broke out at the front lines between the troops and zombies. With the resistance of the troops, as well as the constant advance of the horde, the scene soon became a mess. Execute the plan. Yu Zhong surveyed the horde below before ordering through the walkie-talkie. Fire your cannons at the given location. In the command center, Zhang Shuiwang immediately relayed the order. When the command reached the artillery, a number of the self-propelled rocket launchers began firing multiple fearsome rounds into the skies. In an instant, the round landed right at the back of the horde, causing devastation. When those rounds exploded on impact, huge patches of zombies were instantly blasted into pieces. After a volley of heavy fire, those zombies, which would not budge even under fire, began to experience changes. The entire body of corpses seemed to stop for a moment, before they started to split into various groups of smaller zombie hordes. The larger ones consisted of a few tens of thousands, while the smaller ones numbered in the thousands, as they made their way to different directions. The commander has been taken out. Yu Zhong eyed the collapsing structure of the horde, and his heart was overcome with elation. It was as Yu Zhong had guessed. The Z2 commanding the entire horde had been blanketed by the volleys of artillery fire, and was blasted into smithereens. Hence, the horde had fallen apart. Yu Zhong had thought back to his previous encounters with the Z-types and knew they were cowardly existences, and had liked to hide at the back of the hordes. Hence, he had decided to use the cannons to force the Z-types out, before he would chase them down and slaughter them personally. He never thought that his luck would be good, and that the single volley of fire had instantly caused the commander to perish, saving him the trouble. Yu Zhong pulled out the walkie-talkie and gave an urgent order. Heed my command. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th battalions are to immediately launch an assault on the enemy. After losing their commander, the sea of zombies became like scattered sand. Under Yu Zhong's orders, The armored division that had been resting the entire day immediately charged out, making their way for the zombie horde and crushing them. The other 5 battalions also rushed out to engage the zombies in combat. By now, the zombie horde had lost all signs of advancing, and were mostly turning around to escape from being crushed by the armored division. Those unfortunate to be caught in the path would be turned into meat paste, while Wang He's battalion following behind the armored division also hunted down any scattered zombies. In the skies, Yu Zhong watched the collapsing order of the horde and heaved a sigh of relief. Based on his current force, wiping out the entire horde would be incredibly tough. Having this chance now was already a blessing in disguise. In time, there would be another Z2 that evolved to take command of this zombie horde, and the pity was that, even though Yu Zhong knew that it was a fact bound to happen, he had no means of wiping the horde out entirely. "Set me down," Yu Zhong commanded the pilot. "Yes, leader." The pilot then navigated downwards to hover about 15 m from the ground. "You guys head back first." Yu Zhong then leapt out the assault helicopter into the midst of the zombie horde, and let out a howl. Hearing the howl, lightning led its little brothers out from the forest, and pounced for the zombie hordes, massacring the zombies in an endless slaughter. If the 2 million-strong zombie horde was to counterattack now, it would be enough to devastate Yu Zhong's troops. However, since the Z-types were occupied with self-preservation, and had led their own smaller teams to escape in other directions, before the next Z2 could evolve to take control of the other Z-types, none of them were willing to engage Yu Zhong nor his troops. After relentlessly giving chase and slaughtering over 600,000 zombies, Yu Zhong gave the command to retreat. It was not that he didn't want to wipe them out, but his troops had exhausted themselves after an entire day of intense battle as well. Furthermore, it was still in the midst of winter, pushing them too much would be detrimental. In Guilin City, there was bustling activity everywhere. However, compared to the boom of economic activity, everywhere the expressions of people were clouded. The impending assault of the 3 million-strong horde was on everyone's minds, and Guilin City only had a 100,000-strong army. They were extremely worried about the aftermath. "I wonder what the situation at the front line is like now?" A youth sat inside a tea-house, his face full of worry as he muttered slowly. Another youth beside him had the same expression as he lamented. "If only Regiment Commander Du was still here. If he was, our Guilin City would definitely be safe and secure." One youth cursed out in anger. "It's all because of Yu Zhong. If he wasn't here, Regiment Commander Du would not have died. If he didn't die, those zombies wouldn't be worth shit. It's all because of that Yu Zhong." Chapter 452. Chen Yao Seeks Help. Chapter 452. Chen Yao Seeks Help. The first youth who sighed was startled, and he replied, "Zhang Yan, are you crazy? You dare to curse that person? If someone heard you, you'll be in trouble." Zhang Yan smirked coldly. "So what? That tyrant, don't tell me he wants to capture me? I, Zhang Yan, am right here, let him come and execute me then." The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yan and sighed, but he did not say anything. This Zhang Yan was the son of a triad leader, and his temperament was vastly different from his father. Zhang Yan was extremely direct and righteous. However, when his father was locked up and sentenced to the Scum Battalion, Zhang Yan harbored hatred against Yu Zhong. Right at this time, a soldier riding a motorcycle came roaring through town as he announced at the top of his voice, "Victory! Leader Yu Zhong had brought the troops to vanquish the zombie horde. We have won! Long live Yu Zhong! That's great news! Long live Yu Zhong!" The moment the people heard the news, the entire city went into a celebratory mood, and countless survivors sang praises of Yu Zhong, and many even shed tears of joy. With this successful victory, it meant that he had protected the entire Guilin City, all 800,000+ lives and their property. Within the city, there were many people who had established some form of livelihood already. Had Yu Zhong been defeated, these businessmen would have to flee and abandon their hard work in Guilin City. Now that Yu Zhong had won, they could continue living in stability and flourish. Amidst the celebrations, a middle-aged man walked over to Zhang Yan and spoke coldly. "I'm sorry, but mister, please leave. You are not welcome here." Zhang Yan's face fell, and immediately pulled out a bunch of ration tickets and declared, "How are you running your business? I have tickets. I'm the boss. If I say I don't want your business, I don't want it. Please leave." The middle-aged man stared coldly at Zhang Yan before continuing, "Mister, if you can run your mouth off, why don't you throw your weight at the front lines? You only know how to speak behind others' backs. If you have the capabilities, go to the front lines and kill some zombies." While Yu Zhong may be lacking as a leader, he has always been on the front lines fighting, and never retreated before anybody else. All you people only know how to criticize and malign him. What have you done yourself? Seeing your behavior disgusts me. Please do not appear in my shop ever again. Zhang Yan grew red from the rebuke as he retorted, "I speak however I want to. That's my right." The boss eyed Zhang Yan coldly and pointed to the door. "Get the hell out! That's also my right as the owner." Good. Good. Zhang Yan was so flushed red from anger, and before he could say any more, he was pulled away by the middle-aged man by his side. "Zhang Yan, save it." After which, the middle-aged man pulled Zhang Yan as they headed out. The boss of the tea-house looked at the leaving figures of Zhang Yan and his companion and spat. "Peh? What gives? Can't even do anything of your own. Trash that only knows how to plot behind others. Irksome." His words traveled to Zhang Yan's ears, causing him to clench his fists tightly, and he gritted his teeth. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yan's vexed expression and said, "Zhang Yan, you're not a kid anymore. You need to grow up." After this battle, Yu Zhong has consolidated his footing here in Guilin City. Don't go starting trouble anymore. If he really wants to snuff you out, it would be like killing an ant to him. Zhang Yan spoke with a resolute voice. "Uncle Lei, the heavens have eyes. I don't believe that Guilin City has no place that is reasonable anymore. That Yu Zhong just drags people into the scum battalion for no reason as cannon fodder. Such behavior is unlawful and inhumane. I just won't believe that he can pull the wool over everyone's eyes. There has to be someone who hasn't lost their mind in Guilin City yet." Zhang Yan's father was a triad member, however. Zhang Yan had received an exemplary modern education, and was dissatisfied with his dad's way of doing things. However, with his dad's protection, he had been living like a protected flower that believed in an idealistic world where logic and righteousness prevailed. The middle-aged man, Lei Yi, looked at Zhang Lei, sighing lightly and did not say anything else. In this battle, Yu Zhong had stopped the impending invasion of 3 million zombies, and had won the hearts of the people. Most of the survivors in Guilin City had already acknowledged and accepted his leadership. The soldiers that had fought at his shoulders had also accepted his command, seeing that he had been placing himself at the forefront of the battle, and leading them to victory. Since his position had been fortified, no small-time crooks could seek to upend his rule any longer. As for Yu Zhong, he had returned to his own villa, and was inspecting his loot. After killing so many high-level zombies on the field, his returns had been decent. He opened up 2 magic gems that could upgrade weapons, as well as other treasures. Level 4 treasure, 8-sided sword. A type of Han Chinese sword. Its body is wide, and it has 8 sides that were grinded. It is extremely compatible with sword chi, and it is incredibly sharp. Level 4 treasure, green ghost mask. Upon equipping, endurance +10, spirit +7. Level 3 skill. Stealth, can silence breathing, greatly weakens perception of user. However, no movement's otherwise form is revealed. Activating the skill expends 10 stamina and 20 spirit. Level 3 skill. Firestorm calls down a fiery disaster, burning any creature without discrimination within a 20x 20m radius. Expends 40 spirit. No restriction of class, but each individual can only cast it once in 24 hours. Level 3 skill. Corpse Ghost Transformation. Upon casting this skill, user becomes like a corpse ghost, gaining huge increases in the 6 attributes, and resistant to viral infections. When transformed, user is more susceptible to light-based attack. The rest of the skill books and equipment that were dropped were things that Yu Zhong had already owned. Yu Zhong looked over these skills and equipment once over, before he gave the 8-sided sword and stealth skill to Mu Xiangling. With the stealth ability, Mu Xiangling's ability to survive on the battlefield would increase a whole lot more, and with the sharp 8-sided sword, she could kill mutant beasts easily. After another day, the snowstorm came to a gradual stop, and Yu Zhong brought Duan Ziku and the rest of the ex-members of the Greater China Alliance over, joining his ranks. His overall fighting strength increased yet again, with Duan Ziku and his subordinates forming the 10th Battalion. Equals 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 equals. Yu Zhong, save me. 10 days after stopping the invasion, Yu Zhong had been immersed in training, when he suddenly received Chen Yao's transmitted call for help. Within the villa, he clutched the report in his hands tightly, his face looking unsightly. From the report that Chen Yao transmitted, there were details of what happened after Yu Zhong left. Yu Zhong had intended to lure the attention of Wien Hong's troops, and thus attacked a few towns under his control and absorbed a small team from the Vietnamese Freemasons. However, as Wien Hong chased him down, Yu Zhong was forced to move towards the northeast, escaping into Guangxi's region, and he slowly fought and gained power, before finally obtaining Guilin City. As for Chen Yao, her journey had not been as smooth, and although she had also brought her troops to leave in a different direction to evade Wien Hong's troops, a number of the Vietnamese survivors within her control managed to escape, seeking refuge with Wien Hong, and giving him the information of Chen Yao's whereabouts. Wien Hong had immediately deployed some troops to surround Chen Yao and her troops, and she was simply not a match against Wien Hong, and was forced to leave the town. She was now on the run and was in the forest. If it wasn't for Vietnam's weather that had turned strange as well, and they were blanketed by snow, Chen Yao and her troops might already be wiped out by Wien Hong. Chen Yao's establishment had grown to a size of 4,000 survivors, with 500 warriors. However, as the events unfolded, she was left with 100 warriors and only 800 survivors. Every day there would be casualties from the cold weather. Chen Yao had risked it all to obtain a broadcast station to relay the distress signal to Yu Zhong. If the Chinese wanted to expand in foreign land, it was incredibly difficult. Each and every place had their reservations. The fact that Yu Zhong had expanded so fast in Guangxi was because he had the identity of a Chinese, which brought him numerous advantages. At that time, when Guilin City's Freemasons was under the control of foreign power, they could not simply just push the Chinese out and take over the reins of leadership as well. A cold look flashed past in Yu Zhong's eyes as he spoke. "Seems like I need to make a trip, Wien Hong. This time around, it'll be your death." When Yu Zhong made the decision, he immediately assigned Ming Jiajia, Wei Ningguo and a number of his trusted aides to Guilin City, installing them in various key positions. After he had settled the necessary preparations, his control over Guilin City rose another level. By now, Guilin City had replaced Longting District and Tian Xian District as the most important base of operations for Yuzhong in the Guangxi region, as there were nearly 900,000 survivors here. Where there were people, there was a place of precious resources. It would become Yuzhong's strongest fort in the future as well. Therefore, Yuzhong was not willing to allow any mishaps to happen here. Yuzhong arranged for countless measures to be in place to cement his control and leadership, before arranging for 500 enhancers above level 30 to move out, forming an elite battalion dressed in the nano-combat suit, as they made their way towards Vietnam. The mini-army made their way by backtracking Yuzhong's path, entering Vietnam from Tian Xian District. By doing it that way, there was less problems to worry about, and it was relatively safer. Arriving at Tian Xian District, Yuzhong called for the elite battalion to rest and wait for orders, while he brought 20 experts and entered Vietnam. He had no way of ascertaining Chen Yao's location, and in the current weather, even if everyone was an expert, expecting them to move about with a huge area to cover, and the pressure of an enemy would weigh down on them. Chapter 453, Li Shimin. Chapter 453, Li Shimin. Out on the snow-covered fields, Yuzhong and his party sat in a fleet led by a Hummer, followed by a fuel truck, disguising as a survivor party as they traveled on the roads. Mu Xiangling sat in the Hummer, looking out at the fields and hills covered with snow as she complained. "So this is Vietnam. It's all snow. So boring." Ming Jiajia shot Mu Xiangling a look with undisguised envy as she spoke coldly. "We're here on a mission, not to play. If you wanted to play, you should have stayed back at home." Ming Jiajia was jealous of Mu Xiangling's looks. While she was pretty in her own right, she could not help but admit that Mu Xiangling was definitely many times better looking. When she thought of Mu Xiangling vying with her for Yuzhong's attention, she could not contain her anger. Mu Xiangling shot back a look at Ming Jiajia, and it seemed as though there were fireworks that emitted in their exchange of gazes. Mu Xiangling then chuckled before she leapt into Yuzhong's arms, looking pitiful, and shook his arms, before pleading like an injured rabbit. "Big brother! She's bullying me! Jiajia is bullying me! Get out of there!" Ming Jiajia became infuriated when she witnessed that, and she grabbed Mu Xiangling's arms in rage and pulled her out from Yuzhong's arms. When she was around, that was her position. It definitely could not belong to anyone else. Although Ming Jiajia had matured earlier than most, and possessed the experience of commanding an entire district, she was still a young girl after all, and was likewise emotional. She was territorial and would attack any invaders of her territory. "I'm not moving!" Mu Xiangling grabbed onto Yuzhong tightly like a koala bear, and stuck her tongue out at Ming Jiajia. "That's enough." Yuzhong grabbed the both of them, and sat them on either of his legs. Both Lolas glared at each other, their eyes shooting sparks. Right at this moment, a bright light shot out, landing in front of the vehicle fleet, causing an explosion and blowing a hole in the middle of the snow-covered ground. A 1.7 tall burly man stepped out from afar, his hands wielding a bronze bow. That man stared at Yuzhong's vehicle fleet, his eyes flashing with a fierce wolf-like gaze. At the same time, he pulled out a white bone arrow, knocking it with the bow, aiming at Yuzhong's fleet. "Stop! The arrow earlier was a warning. This next one, I'll not show mercy." The man wielding the bronze bow was speaking in Vietnamese, and Ming Jiajia proceeded to translate for Yuzhong. "Stop the vehicles." Yuzhong gave the order before he got out of the Hummer. The blow from the bow-wielding man could instantly destroy the Hummer. That was why Yuzhong gave the order to get out of the vehicles. 24 experts groomed by Yuzhong stepped out of their vehicles, their levels above 40, every single one of them wielding a weapon of sorts, including sniper rifles, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, 7mm heavy machine guns, etc., as they all aimed at the archer. Facing such fearsome modern weapons of war, even a Type 2 mutant beast would be turned into mush if it came charging. Seeing this, the bow-wielding man's expression turned frigid, as a bitter expression broke out, a chill running down his spine. He had thought that the passengers were just normal people. He had never expected them to be experts. Furthermore, he could sense dangerous gazes, and he got the feeling that the moment he made a wrong move, he would be immediately executed. He was strong, but he could not possibly contend against 24 experts who all seemed to be more dangerous than him. Yu Zhong eyed the poor sod and coldly barked out, "Throw down your bow! Surrender unconditionally! Otherwise, today will be the day you die." When the man heard Yu Zhong's Chinese, his eyes flashed with a strange glint as he threw his bronze bow on the floor and used fluent Chinese to speak passionately. "You're Chinese!" "Me too, comrade, my name is Li Shermin. We're countrymen, so please, don't shoot. I'm surrendering." Facing such terrifying weapons, Li Shermin immediately became obedient. He could fight well, but the moment he was hit by a blast from any of those weapons, he would be sent to heaven. Li Shermin. When Yu Zhong heard this name, he involuntarily revealed a bewildered expression. This was the personal name of the Tang dynasty's Emperor Taizong, and someone in modern times had actually dared to use his name. He felt it truly interesting. Li Shermin chuckled bitterly. "This is the name of the Emperor Taizong. That year when my dad named me, he wanted me to have an awe-inspiring name, hence this." To be given such an infamous name, Li Shermin had been the subject of ridicule during his primary and secondary school days. Yu Zhong eyed Li Shermin and asked curiously, "I'm Yu Zhong. Li Shermin, your strength is decent, why have you taken up robbing to get by?" That single arrow from Li Shermin that could blast an armored vehicle showed that he did possess the strength. Such an enhancer had no need to worry about food. They could easily pass through villages with zombies to search for food and rations, or they could hunt in forests with their capabilities. There were many strong individuals wandering about in this apocalyptic world. Yu Zhong had heard that within Guilin City, there were a few geniuses who had been holed up in the mountain range hunting mutant beasts day in and day out. Li Shermin turned silent as he brooded. Yu Zhong eyed Li Shermin and spoke out indifferently. "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Since we're countrymen, I'll spare you. Come with me. After killing 100 enemies, I'll grant you your freedom." Since Li Shermin had jumped out in a bid to rob him, Yu Zhong could not release him so easily, however. He didn't want to force Li Shermin to subjugate entirely, hence he gave him a way to regain his freedom. Like this, for his own freedom, Li Shermin would become a sword for Yu Zhong. Li Shermin's face immediately fell as he spoke slowly. "Brother Yu, can we discuss this? If you release me now, I'll definitely repay you in the future." Bai Shaoxing, standing beside Yu Zhong, was losing his patience, and he flashed forward like a specter, placing a dark magic blade at Li Shermin's neck, threatening him. "Shit! You're spouting too much bullshit. Don't waste our time. If you don't agree, I'll chop your head off." Bai Shaoxing had originally intended to enjoy himself with the beautiful ladies in Guilin City, and lead a relaxing lifestyle. However, he was almost immediately deployed out with Yu Zhong, and had felt stifled with rage. Since he could not direct this anger at Yu Zhong, he could only unleash it against enemies. Bai Shaoxing was truly powerful, and he wasn't ambitious, seeking only to lead a promiscuous lifestyle with beauties. So fast! When Li Shermin felt that cold metal on his neck, he was startled. Based on Bai Shaoxing's speed, the moment he entered a radius of 20 m, Li Shermin wouldn't be a match for him. Li Shermin chuckled bitterly. "Brother Yu, I promise you. But I really do have something I need to discuss with you." Li Shimin could feel the overpowering killing intent from Bai Shaoxing, and knew that the moment he spoke out of line, he would lose his head. In such a society where human rights and laws were out of the window and deaths were aplenty, not to mention in the wild, he had to be careful. Yu Zhong was not unreasonable after all, and he said, "Speak." Li Shimin then began to narrate his story. Li Shimin had been a Year 4 university student, and had come to Vietnam for a holiday with his classmates during their term break. However, the apocalypse suddenly happened and numerous people became zombies. Li Shimin had been training regularly prior to the apocalypse, and his body constitution was exemplary. When he was forced to a corner, he used the wooden stick he gained from the system to kill his way out, becoming an enhancer and saving many people. After that, he had been protecting this group of people as they sought to survive in this new world. If it was just him alone, with his strength, he definitely could live freely. However, for the sake of the people under his protection, he could only rush about everywhere, hunting and scavenging like mad to search for rations. This place was within the territory of Huyen Hong's influence and reach, and since Li Shimin was Chinese, he was also the target of the Vietnamese. Many experts had tried to rout him to dispose of him. There were instances where Li Shimin had really close shaves with death, but he managed to escape by a hair's breadth each time. This time, Li Shimin had stepped forwards to target Yu Zhong and his troops because he had not been able to find any rations nearby, and did not dare sneak into Huyen Hong's territory guarded by his men to steal. Hence, he had no choice. Yu Zhong eyed Li Shimin and sighed before speaking slowly. "Let's go! Take me to them." "Yes." Li Shimin did not dare disobey with a weapon at his neck, and could only pray in his heart that Yu Zhong was a decent person. Led by Li Shimin, the entire group soon came to a mountain range sealed by snow, and there was a huge cavern in the mountain that was covered by a layer of grass, blending in with the mountain. Without anyone pointing it out, nobody would be able to find this place easily. "Brother Li, you're back." Li Shimin had just pulled the cover open, when a little girl, covered in a few layers of mutant beast hide, came running up to welcome him. "Who are these people?" The cute little girl saw Yu Zhong's group and was frightened, her eyes flashing with a wary look. At this moment, 10 males and 15 youthful females came walking out from the deeper parts of the cave. One of the males was surrounded by 5 others. He had good looks, and his body was more muscular than the rest, as he began asking Li Shimin loudly, "Li Shimin, you're back. Did you find anything to eat?" Li Shimin frowned and replied, "No." The handsome and muscular male looked at Li Shimin, before looking at Yu Zhong's group in wariness and asked, "No? Then why the hell are you back? Who are these people?" Yu Zhong glanced at the handsome yet arrogant man and frowned as he asked Li Shimin, "Who's this? Why is he so arrogant?" Li Shimin chuckled bitterly. "He's the president of the student union in our university, Luo Wenshu. His father is the mayor of Qingyang City. He's a pretty famous figure in our school." Yu Zhong continued asking, "Did he ever search for food?" Li Shimin slowly replied, "No. Finding food has always been my job." "How do you guys distribute the food?" "Equally. The ladies get a portion more." Yu Zhong stared at Li Shimin, speechless. This guy was formidable, and had the character to boot, but he was literally rubbish in every other aspect. Not only did he handle everything about the food, he was still treated like a dog when he came back. No wonder he had no standing amongst these survivors. Luo Wenshu glared at Yu Zhong and rebuked coldly, "Get the hell out! You're not welcome here." One of the ladies, who had a thick head of hair and a voluptuous body covered by 2 layers of mutant leopard cat's hide, spoke slowly. "Forget it. These people were brought back by Li Shimin. We're all Chinese, everyone should stick together and get through this tough period." Luo Wenshu glanced at the beautiful lady who just spoke as he rebutted, "Zhou Shuiyan, we don't have much food left. If they join us, what do we eat then? Don't tell me you're going to give them from your portion? In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more important than rations. Luo Wenshu and the rest had tasted the bitterness of not having enough to eat, and hence were not willing to risk going hungry just to share with people they do not know. At this time, food was more important than even ladies. The young girl who had come running to welcome Li Shimin shouted back at Luo Wenshu, "Luo Wenshu, our food was brought back by Brotherly, it's also not from your efforts, on what grounds are you chasing his friends away for?" Luo Wenshu glanced at Li Shimin and chuckled coldly as he raised his hands. "That is his duty? Didn't you hear him? The more strength one has, the more responsibilities one has to bear. Since he has the capability to hunt for food, finding food is his responsibility. As to how the food should be distributed, it's dependent on all our decision. The minority has to follow the majority, this is democracy. I reckon that we should chase these unknown people away. Those who agree raise your hands." Within the cave, many hands shot in the air, only the youthful young girl and Zhou Shui Yin did not raise their hands. Chapter 454 Fury. Chapter 454 Fury. Luo Wenshu looked smugly at Yu Zhong's group and said, 23-3. The majority feels that you should get the hell out. Please leave. Don't make us force you. Although Luo Wenshu was arrogant, he was clear about human nature. He knew that the people here would absolutely not allow their precious rations to be shared with others. Li Shimin saw how domineering Luo Wenshu was, and was angered to the point that he started trembling, yet he stared fixedly at a girl beside Luo Wenshu. She was incredibly pretty and attractive, and Li Shimin's eyes were full of pain. Yu Zhong eyed Luo Wenshu's smug expression and laughed coldly, before shooting forwards like an arrow, and throwing a single punch at his face. Luo Wenshu's nose was instantly crushed, fresh blood flowing, as his entire body flew through the air, before he crumpled to the ground. "What the fuck? How could you? Savage!" The entire cave broke out in commotion, as the people began to admonish Yu Zhong, while looking at him fearfully. The attractive girl who had stood beside Luo Wenshu immediately shouted at Li Shimin, "Li Shimin! Stop him! Your friend is too savage. How can he just use force to hurt others? What a brute!" Li Shimin looked forlornly at the girl who had captured his heart, and chuckled bitterly, but he did not move. That was because he was currently held at gunpoint by others. The moment he made a strange move, Bai Shaoxing, who was standing behind him, would blow his brains out without hesitation. After he had witnessed Bai Shaoxing's speed, he did not dare to say that he could match against his speed. Yu Zhong swept a cold glance at the people present in the cave, and pulled out his stinger. "Shut the hell up! Whoever speaks out of line, I'll blow his brains out." Behind Yu Zhong, all the soldiers had also drawn their weapons and aimed at the people in the cave. Every single one of these soldiers were killing machines with the experience of countless battles, having killed people and zombies alike. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, they would not hesitate to kill everyone present in the cave. In this apocalyptic world, human lives were not as precious as during peacetime. Seeing those advanced weapons, everyone was stunned. They did not dare move, nor make a sound, as they stood still and stared fearfully at Yu Zhong. "Look at you, you really are a piece trash." Yu Zhong eyed Li Shimin, before he used his stinger to point at the attractive girl that Li Shimin was looking at, and barked, "Get over here." With the stinger pointed at her, the beautiful girl whimpered and scooted over. "Strip!" Yu Zhong eyed the girl and barked out coldly. When faced with that order, the attractive girl immediately looked at him pleadingly. With everyone's gazes on her, no matter how loose she would not dare to strip. Yu Zhong immediately fired a shot near the feet of the girl. With a single ping, the hole appeared in the ground. That hole was only about 3 millimeters away from her bright red toenail. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed as he ordered coolly, I don't like to repeat myself. The next shot will be fired at your thighs. The attractive girl was pale white with fright by now, as 2 streams of tears flowed down from her eyes, but she began stripping quickly, revealing a black laced underwear and bra. Against her pale white skin, the surrounding males stared at her fixedly, gulping their saliva. Li Shermin shut his eyes tight, not willing to see his love interest being humiliated. Stop! Just as the girl was about to remove her bra, Yu Zhong called for her to stop. She instantly stopped, and turned to look at Yu Zhong. Do you see that? This should be how a man leads. Yu Zhong patted Li Shermin's back as he continued indifferently. This woman, I'll present her to you. In exchange, from now on, you work for me. Yu Zhong did not like the girl in front of him, and he had never had the habit to keep a harem, hence he decided to leave her for Li Shermin. Li Shermin seemed to have taken one step into heaven from hell, but he still looked at the lady hesitatingly, saying, But what if Zhang Kaiji is not willing? Yu Zhong pointed with the stinger at her and asked coldly, Are you willing to be Li Shermin's woman? Zhang Kaiji immediately nodded. I'm willing. I'm willing. Compared to Yu Zhong, Zhang Kaiji found that Li Shermin was practically an angel. Bai Shaoxing glanced at Luo Wenshu and the rest and asked, Leader, what about the males? Do we kill them all? In his eyes, the deaths of those males would not concern him. Bringing them along would just be a burden. Hearing those words, everyone froze in terror, and their expressions turned to one of fear. Obviously this bunch of people could kill without blinking. Yu Zhong replied mildly, No need, tie them up first. The males in the cave were practically trash in Yu Zhong's eyes. They could not even handle the task of searching for food. They only knew how to bicker in the cave, and bully an honest person like Li Shermin. However, he was not someone who liked to kill innocent people. Furthermore, these were his countrymen, and he would only discipline them. Yu Zhong had taken control of the cave in an instant, and proceeded to ask Li Shermin, Li Shermin, have you heard of Qinyao? Li Shermin thought for a while before replying, Plant Demonis? I've heard of her name. She's active in this region, and specially takes in refugees like us, or any Chinese that are being hunted by Wuyan Hong. I've brought these people here, but if it wasn't for Luo Wenshu and the rest resisting, I would have joined her troops long ago. Yu Zhong asked with a face of concern, How is she? Any other news on her? Chern Yao had sent someone to transmit that S for help, and there was no further contact after that. Yu Zhong had no way of determining her location, and hence brought his men to Vietnam. Li Shermin immediately replied, No. Not long ago, Wuyan Hong had sent a small team to pressure the troops of the plant Demonis. It's rumored that the battle was intense. As for more detailed reports, I'm afraid only Wuyan Hong's troops possess the information. The Chinese are struggling to do anything here after all. Under Wuyan Hong's leadership, the region was under propaganda, and a large majority of the Vietnamese viewed the Chinese with hatred. As a Chinese, Li Shermin would find it hard to obtain any valuable intel. Furthermore, he had to run all over the place to feed 20-some masters, and was usually too exhausted to do anything else. Yu Zhong pondered before asking, Are there any troops of Wuyan Hong stationed around here? Li Shermin spoke with a little anger. Yes. Nearby here, there's a town around 20 kilometers away. There are 2 companies of soldiers there. We have no idea how many troops exactly. They're there specifically to deal with the plant Demonis. Because of their existence, the Chinese factions nearby have been forced to enter the mountains. Many have died to the cold and hunger. When Yu Zhong heard that, he emitted a strong and icy killing intent. Tonight will be the day they die. Nightfall within the town, there were many torches lit, and there was a hustle and bustle of activity. Yu Zhong had brought his men quietly as they snuck up near to the town. There was a layer of wooden fences surrounding the entire town, meant to keep out low-level mutant beasts as well as zombies. As Yu Zhong neared the wooden fences, he could see clearly the many human heads impaled on stakes, as well as some other corpses impaled through their entire bodies, both male and female alike. The scene looked like it was straight out of hell. Yu Zhong even saw some children's bodies that had suffered the same treatment, their faces contorted in pain before they died. The chilling scene seemed to reflect the 98 treatment of Chinese in Indonesia. Li Shimin stood by Yu Zhong's side as they looked at the corpses, gritting his teeth as he spoke softly. "These are all our Chinese comrades? Those Vietnamese beasts had them killed the moment they got their hands on them. Those who ran would be tormented beyond belief. They would then be stuck on these fences to serve as a warning. On the face of this earth, humans were capable of the kindest of acts, but at the same time, the most cruel and inhumane behavior came from humans as well." Yu Zhong eyed the numerous bodies hung up on the wooden fences. Having not seen such cruel acts since the apocalypse, he still could not suppress the surging fury within him. "Wuyen Hong, I will definitely wipe you and your entire line out." When those soldiers following behind Yu Zhong saw the bodies, each of them began to boil with rage, their hearts filled with intense hatred for the Vietnamese. "Do it!" Yu Zhong's order rang out coldly. Ming Jia Jia, who stood beside Yu Zhong, instantly summoned her Type 2 shadow wolves, sending them into the night. A number of those shadow wolves leapt out from the darkness, ripping the throats of those Vietnamese soldiers by the gate, killing them. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, carrying Ming Jia Jia on his back, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged into the town. 20 experts followed closely behind Yu Zhong. The moment they breached the town, the entire town seemed to ring out with warning sound. In 2 seconds, a short and scrawny middle-aged man stepped out on top of a roof, decked in Vietnamese military wear, as he laughed coldly. "You must be Chinese monkeys! So stupid! Do you only know how to conduct a raid at night?" The middle-aged man was Ruan Wen-yi, the company officer of the Wolf Fong battalion troops in the town. He had reached an enhancement level of 48. Chapter 455. Kill them all. Chapter 455. Kill them all. After suffering losses a number of times, the Vietnamese had begun their own preparations. It was especially so as to protect against the raids from the plant demonist Chin Yao. Ruan Wen-yi had even designated certain heavy defenses. Although Yu Zhong had gotten Ming Jia Jia to dispose of the soldiers soundlessly at the gate, it was still enough to alert the entire town. Ruan Wen-yi had then appeared, looking down at Yu Zhong's group from a vantage point, smiling coldly with a smug expression. "We've fallen into a trap." Li Shimin saw the sudden appearance of Ruan Wen-yi, and he was instantly taken aback. "Kill him!" Yu Zhong eyed Ruan Wen-yi as he gave the order coldly. Ruan Wen-yi glanced at Yu Zhong and smirked. "Ha ha! You want to kill me? Stop dreaming. In another 5 minutes, you'll be entirely surrounded by the troops and our Wolf Fong battalion soldiers that are on their way here. Surrender now, become our slaves, and you might still have a chance at life." At the next instant, a silhouette that was hard to discern with the naked eye appeared beside Ruan Wen-yi and flashed past his body, leaving a headless corpse. When that silhouette finally stopped on the roof, it revealed Lightning's terrifying figure, carrying Ruan Wen-yi's detached head, still beaming with a smug expression in its mouth. Lightning then chomped down viciously, instantly crushing the head into a bloody mess, before swallowing it into its stomach. When Li Shimin saw that, his entire body trembled in fright as he thought to himself, "What fearsome speed! How can anyone defend against that? Kill every single enemy that resists!" Yu Zhong barked out coldly, before charging further into town. Beside him, White Bones followed closely behind, along with 4 shadow wolves. The 20 experts following Yu Zhong were split into 2 teams, each team heading off towards different directions. Since the enemy required time to gather their troops, Yu Zhong and his team had to make use of this time to cause as much chaos as possible, as well as kill the maximum number of enemies they could. Otherwise, when the enemy had gathered their full strength, it would be harder to deal with them by then. Yu Zhong rushed towards the place where Wan Wenyi appeared, and in 3 seconds, he saw 20 experts of the Wolf Fang Battalion. These 20 experts were in the midst of rushing over, and when they saw Yu Zhong appearing, they were all stunned. They had never expected Yu Zhong to break past the defenses of their company leader Wan Wenyi in such a short time. Right at the moment when the 20 soldiers stopped, White Bones instantly shot out 10 sharp-boned spikes. 6 of the experts were pierced through the head, while the 4 were nailed to the ground through their bodies. Lightning was like a tornado, as it immediately pounced into their midst, and in a flash, swiping out and causing 10 heads to roll on the ground, leaving 10 headless corpses still swaying where they stood. Strong! A Type 3 mutant beast is truly strong. Yu Zhong watched Lightning and his eyes flashed with content. If he had to personally act against those 10 experts, it would have expended some energy. However, Lightning had only taken 1 second to completely wipe them out, leaving them with not even a single second to react. In the martial arts world, speed was not easy to break, and since Lightning's speed had reached the apex, unless it was a person with 15 times the speed of a normal person, there would be no way to react to Lightning before being killed. The Type 3 Lightning was one of the strongest trump cards in Yu Zhong's arsenal, and its killing potential had long since surpassed Yu Zhong himself. This was the result of Yu Zhong painstakingly feeding Lightning with numerous high-quality nuclei. After easily disposing of the Wolf Fang Battalion in the town, Yu Zhong continued running further in, with White Bones and Lightning beside him. Upon activating his shadow steps, Yu Zhong's speed would reach up to 18 times that of a normal person, almost reach the sound barrier. In 2 short seconds, he had already reached the army camp within the town. At that point in time, the soldiers were still busy getting ready. When they caught sight of Yu Zhong's sudden appearance, everyone was shocked. All of a sudden, 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves charged out and bit through the necks of 5 Vietnamese soldiers, before pouncing on another 5 next to them. At the same time, White Bones had already shot out 10 bone blades, slicing off the heads of 10 other Vietnamese soldiers, sending them flying. Yu Zhong himself pulled out his 12.7 mm heavy machine gun and sprayed at the gathering soldiers. Under the barrage of bullets, many of the Vietnamese soldiers were instantly shredded, suffering varying degrees of injuries. Some even had their brains blown out. It was truly a cruel scene. With that sudden assault, the neatly organized army was instantly thrown into chaos, many suffering injuries while others dead. However, these soldiers were still considered elite soldiers in their own right. Even when faced with such a preemptive attack, they dove for various cover in different directions, before raising their guns in a bid to return fire at Yu Zhong. The bronze spiritual bell floated out from Yu Zhong's chest and floated above his head, releasing an impregnable shield around him. The bullets just bounced off the shield emitted by the bell, not injuring Yu Zhong in the slightest. From the other side, Lightning shot forwards, weaving about the soldiers, and everywhere it touched, there would be a mangled corpse and fresh blood spraying all around. Devil! He's the devil! Shit! He's untouchable! What do? We can't kill him! I surrender! Don't kill me! Many of the soldiers were dying by the tens at the hands of White Bones, Yu Zhong, those 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves and Lightning. No matter how organized the Vietnamese soldiers were, or how many advanced weapons they had, there was simply no time to mount any sort of defense or resistance. They could only die helplessly. After just a short bout of resisting, even the toughest soldier had surrendered and abandoned his weapon. From behind, Bai Shaoxing had quickly led his men as they went on a killing spree on other Vietnamese soldiers, before reaching Yu Zhong's location. When Li Shimin came to the army camp and saw the hundreds of corpses, his eyes widened with shock. What the hell? Was this done all by himself? Li Min had never expected that a single person would be able to annihilate 2 companies of men alone, forcing the remaining troops to surrender as well. Li Min knew he was considered an expert. If given enough time, handling 30 expert soldiers would not be an issue. However, to take on 2 companies of soldiers at once, his best bet would be to kill 3 then retreat, otherwise the moment he was surrounded, he would be dead. As for Bai Shaoxing and the rest, who had seen the truly terrifying extent of Yu Zhong's strength, they were used to the fact that their leader could actually terrorize the entire town on his own. They had discussed in private before, believing that while Yu Zhong would not be able to deal with a battalion that had advanced weapons, wiping out one without modern weapons would be no issue. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything, but even the strongest enhancer would at most be able to contend with a small proper army. Bai Shaoxing glanced at all the soldiers that had surrendered, before asking Yu Zhong, "What do we do with all these Vietnamese prisoners?" Yu Zhong passed the order, "Find some officers for me, I have things to ask them." Bai Shaoxing was extremely efficient, and very soon, the remaining commanding officer, his 2 vice-commanders and 4 platoon commanders were brought in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at the 7 officers, and pointed to a platoon commander before asking, "I want to know, who here knows anything about the plant demonist Chen Yao? You first." The platoon commander's face twisted in hatred as he stared at Yu Zhong and cursed, "Peh! Damn Chinese dog!" Yu Zhong casually placed a gun at the head of that platoon commander, and fired a shot, blowing his brains to bits, dyeing the ground with red and white matter. Vicious! Li Min jumped when he saw that, his back breaking out in cold sweat. After witnessing Yu Zhong's decisiveness, he swore to not entertain any thoughts of escaping, instead serving to complete whatever task Yu Zhong had for him. "Your turn." After killing one of the platoon commanders, Yu Zhong did not rush to aim the stinger at another platoon commander, speaking in a cold drawl. The platoon commander immediately knelt in front of Yu Zhong and pleaded, "I don't know, sir. I don't know. I really don't know." Purring. Following the sound of a gun, the skull of that platoon commander was likewise blown apart like a watermelon. Yu Zhong swung to point at another platoon commander as he spoke coldly, "My patience has its limits. If you're not willing to speak, I'll just kill every single Vietnamese here. You shall accompany my dead countrymen 6 feet under. Your turn." The platoon commander knelt and pleaded, "I'll speak. I'll speak. Please spare my life." The commanding officer immediately cursed out in rage, "Wang Zhenqi, are you still a Vietnamese soldier? How can you be so spineless and kneel to this Chinese dog?" He was immediately killed with a shot to his head after admonishing his subordinate. Seeing that, the remaining officers all turned pale with fright. They had just discovered that while many of the Chinese captives they tortured were easy to bully, and could tolerate a lot, and were kind, there was the opposite to them as well. In the form of this Yu Zhong did not seem to care about captives nor see them as people. The platoon commander continued while kowtowing, "The plant demonist Chen Yao and her troops had been defeated by us at the Daluo mountain. They had already retreated further in. Their exact location we do not know either. The one who had been in charge of encircling and suppressing Chen Yao was Ruan Wenyi. We were just obeying orders. Please spare my life." "Fine. I'll spare you." Yu Zhong obtained a satisfactory answer, and waved his hands for this soldier to be brought away. Bai Shaoxing then came to Yu Zhong's side and asked, "What do we do with the Vietnamese in the town?" Yu Zhong's pupils retracted as he spoke softly, but coldly, "Kill them all! Let them accompany our countrymen in death." Chapter 456. Infuriated Vietnamese. Chapter 456. infuriated Vietnamese. In the small town, there were a total of 465 Vietnamese. They were all brought to the entrance of the town and executed on the spot, before their heads were decapitated and stuck all around the town. It was reminiscent of practices of ancient civilizations. Li Shimin watched all these and could not help but exclaimed, "Yu Zhong, this is too cruel. They are just ordinary citizens after all." Yu Zhong shot Li Shimin an icy look as he retorted, "Li Shimin, when they killed our fellow Chinese men, did they think like that? Under Wuyan Hong's rule, the Chinese are living like pigs and dogs. How is that not cruel? Every single Vietnamese here is Wuyan Hong's subordinates, and his power, with every person left alive, to us it's an additional threat. This is war. In war, if you're merciful to your enemies, you're vicious to yourself." Yu Zhong eyed Li Shimin and coldly declared, "I hereby order you to bring me the heads of 100 Vietnamese within a month. I don't care who you kill, as long as you kill 100. Otherwise, your little lover Zhang Kaiji will face death. Go." Upon hearing that, Li Shimin was momentarily speechless, with his eyes wide open. However, thinking to how Yu Zhong had slaughtered 465 Vietnamese cruelly without blinking his eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine and gritted his teeth as he replied, "Yes, leader." After which, Li Shimin took up his bronze bow and ran off into the snow. Bai Shaoxing came up to Yu Zhong, as he glanced at Li Shimin's leaving figure and spat a mouthful of saliva, saying, "What a fool! This is a war zone between two races. Either they die or we perish. Under such circumstances, he still wants to exercise mercy. What a dumbass." Yu Zhong looked at Li Shimin's figure and muttered, "He's a good guy. Just not suitable for this sort of world." Li Shimin had the strength, but even amongst the survivors he was protecting, his position was the lowest, precisely because he was too gullible and was toyed by Luo Wenshu. Yu Zhong turned to ask Bai Shaoxing, "How many Chinese people did we rescue?" Bai Shaoxing's eyes flashed with a dark look, 63. All of them women. 13 had been tormented to the point of insanity. The remaining 50 are weak in body and spirit as well. Yu Zhong fell silent. Since those Chinese women had been brought here in such weather, it would not have bode well. He was already mentally prepared, but hearing it, he still felt unwell. Yu Zhong replied softly, "Take them back to the cave. If possible, get them trained to become soldiers. Before I'm back, no one is to leave the cave. Otherwise, execute them." In these foreign lands, Yu Zhong had no stable place of operations, and since the cave could not have sustained more than 400 people, it was one of the reasons for Yu Zhong's decision to execute those Vietnamese. Bai Shaoxing was slightly shocked as he directly asked, "Leader, are you going to Daluo Mountain alone?" Yu Zhong replied, "No. Ming Jiajia, Chen Luo, Wang Xian, and Lu Han. These people will follow me." The 4 that Yu Zhong mentioned had the abilities to seek people, and they were more valuable than any others on the current search mission. Bai Shaoxing insisted, "Do you want to bring more with you?" After knowing each other for so long, Bai Shaoxing was extremely confident about Yu Zhong, but he didn't want something untoward to happen to him in Vietnam as well. Yu Zhong rejected, "No need." Not long after, a truck bearing various items set off from the small town, making its way towards the cave in the mountains. All that was left of the town was the aftermath of the battle, and the depiction of hell with all the corpses and heads being hung. Yu Zhong had not established any base in Vietnam, and to avoid the retaliation from Wuyan Hong's troops, they could only hide within the cave. equals 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 within a luxurious villa in Lang Son, Vietnam. A 36 to 37-year-old male, who was decked in military uniform and had an imposing stature, had an extremely grim look on his scar-ridden face. He slammed down on the table and cursed loudly. "Damn bastard! Who was it? Who dared to kill 768 of our Vietnamese people? And dared to chop their heads off and stick them on the wooden fences? Bunch of monsters!" This middle-aged man was called Wu Ji. He was one of the 13 generals of the Vietnam Army and was a huge racist as well. The number of Chinese that had died at his hands numbered over 100. When Wu Ji and the rest killed the Chinese, they had treated it like slaughtering animals, and did not feel any sense of guilt nor sin. However, the moment their own people were killed, they were filled with an immense fury like a rabid dog. A handsome young man of about 1.7 with a slightly convex cheekbone stepped forwards, his body radiating a heavy bloody aura, as he said, "General, it must be the Chinese. From what we inspected, all our countrymen have been killed, but the shitty Chinese have been rescued." The young man was one amongst 4 geniuses honed by Nguyen Hong. The 4 were evolvers that were exceptional in their own right, and this particular young man was known as the blood butcher Zhang Man-su. Zhang Man-su was one of 5 dual-attribute evolvers in the whole of the Vietnam Army, which consisted of over 150,000 people. His combat strength was considered the top of the 4 pillars of the younger generation. He had overcome many Chinese factions and his hands were stained deep in Chinese blood. He was also considered to be one of the most extreme members of the Vietnam Army. After the events when Yu Zhong had managed to escape from Vietnam, Nguyen Hong had swallowed up numerous other Vietnamese factions and conquered Lang Son City, achieving huge expansions. His military might had soared as a result. Another young man with tanned skin and an eye patch over his left eye chuckled grimly, his demeanor silent but sturdy. "It's not like it's a bad thing. Once we announced this, Lei Jingjie and his bunch of cronies would shut up and stop covering for the Chinese dogs." The young man with the eye patch was called Ling Luo, and he was also one of the 4 pillars of the younger generation. While his combat abilities were not as tyrannical as Zhang Man-su, he was extremely intelligent. Regardless of factions, there would be differing opinions. Even amongst Nguyen Hong's racist Vietnam Army, there would be decent people that would speak up for the Chinese. Lei Jingjie was the representative for the Chinese. Of course, his faction and voice was considered weak amongst the rest of Nguyen Hong's troops, and they did not dare to openly go against Nguyen Hong. Hence, would only do things within their means to help the Chinese as much as they could. In any establishments there would be decent and horrible people. Even under Yu Zhong's command, certain people who escaped his notice might have even more perverse tendencies than the Vietnamese people. One young man with contorted features, yellow teeth and protruding lips frowned and chimed in. "Just who was the one who did it? Don't tell me it was the plant demonist Chen Yao?" This man with yellow teeth and protruding lips was also one of the members of the 4 pillars. His name was Yuan He. He had an ugly disposition, and he was extremely bitter that people mocked him for his looks. When his temper flared, he would employ vicious tactics to kill his enemies. Ling Luo thought for a while before shaking his head. "Nope. It's definitely not Chen Yao. Her methods are not so vicious. Furthermore, she has just been forced to retreat by us. she would definitely not have the strength to do this. Zhang Man-su laughed confidently, his eyes flashing with a powerful flame as he looked at Wu Ji and said, "Regardless, since he dared to act against our Vietnamese army, his outcome is only death. General, please allow me to bring some men to wipe them out." Wu Ji's eyes gleamed and he smiled. "Good. Zhang Man-su, I shall send you to go eradicate this bunch of rebels. How many people do you need?" Zhang Man-su licked his lips, and his eyes revealed a bloody light. 30 members of the Wolf Fang battalion should be enough. Wu Ji directly agreed. Good. As one of Wuyen Hong's trusted generals, Wu Ji had no means to activate the entire Wolf Fang battalion, but deploying 30 of them would not be an issue. Following his expansion of power, the experts under Wuyen Hong had grown by leaps and bounds as well. The number of experts in the Wolf Fang battalion now numbered in the 300s, and had become a truly powerful and renowned expert battalion. "Thank you, General." Zhang Man-su's face revealed a savage grin, and he could almost taste the joy and pleasure of slaughtering his enemies. He liked to be in control of someone else's life. In fact, seeing his enemies suffer under his blades was his favorite experience. The stimulation was indescribable. In a secret location of Langsun City, a bunch of Vietnamese were sitting within. One of the middle-aged men had a look of resentment as he said, "Jing Jie, this time those Chinese were too much. They killed 700 of our countrymen. We can't continue helping them like this. I'm sorry, but I want out. I want out too. Those Chinese are too cruel. I don't want to help them anymore." A number of the Vietnamese came up to Lei Jingjie and saluted him, before turning around to leave the room. These were Vietnamese who pitied the Chinese that had been suffering and humiliated under the treatment of their fellow Vietnamese, and hence decided to help them. However, upon hearing the news that there was a slaughter of 700+ Vietnamese people, they had become enraged and left this association to express their resentment. Lei Jingjie silently returned their salutes and thanked them for their help. At the same time, his heart was filled with anguish. Seems like a devil has appeared from China. Lei Jingjie was pro-China and Vietnam, and he was extremely clear on the might and threat of his neighboring country. There were numerous powerful warriors in China, and he had always sought to coexist peacefully with Chinese, and treated the Chinese fairly. Prior to the apocalypse, China had been stable and secure, and the Vietnamese would not easily seek trouble. But the moment the apocalypse set in, all social stability and order went out the window, and supremacists and nationalistic views were the easiest ways to gather people. Hence, Wuyen Hong had chosen an opportune time to put forth his ambitions of swallowing China, and thus proposed the idea of purging the lands of Chinese, gaining the support of racists and nationalists. Under that sort of environment, Lei Jingjie could only go with the flow helplessly, while doing all he could within his power to help those Chinese. When he heard the news of 760+ Vietnamese perishing at the hands of an unknown Chinese, his heart turned cold and knew that finally, a fearsome demon had arrived to retaliate. Lei Jingjie was smart, and he knew exactly what entails the merciless slaughter of 700+ people. The very fact that the person had managed to breach the defenses of the small town with its inhabitants spoke a lot about the might of the assailant. Lei Jingjie looked to the sky and prayed in his heart, "I pray that the gods above will protect our Vietnam. Let us get past this disaster." At the onset of the apocalypse, the voice that had called itself God had filled the heads of everyone, and under those circumstances, many non-believers felt their beliefs crumbling, and many had even converted into disciples. That was the reason for the rise of various other unorthodox sections. The Heaven sect had been able to gather so many believers was largely due to the voice that had supported the existence of God. "Kill the Chinese dogs. Make them pay." Within Langsun City, When the majority of the Vietnamese heard that 700-plus fellow countrymen had been wiped out, they were infuriated and anti-Chinese sentiments were at an all-time high. An angry mob soon formed as they marched the streets. Many Chinese people that had been forced to become slaves were pulled out by their masters and thrown to the angry mob to be beaten to death. Many were even caught and placed on top of a burning fire, as the surrounding Vietnamese watched and laughed in glee. Ly Shir Min had by now snuck into Lang Son City. As he watched the Vietnamese beating and killing the Chinese, some being even burnt alive, his heart was set aflame by fury as he cursed inwardly. "How is this all right? These bastards! These inhumane bastards! Save me! Save me!" A Chinese girl came running towards Ly Shir Min's direction with fear on her face. A number of Vietnamese kids of about 12 or 13 were laughing as they rushed towards her, using their daggers to attack her, driving the daggers into her body, drawing fresh blood. Compared to adults, these kids were even more terrifying. Their perception of the world had not matured, and slaughtering other humans was comparable to killing ants. There was no difference. As the Chinese girl was dismembered, her blood splattered everywhere before her head was chopped off. Countless Vietnamese watched on and laughed. Watching the Chinese girl being cut up in front of him, her eyes that held an expression of unwillingness before she died, Ly Shir Min's brain was overcome by hatred and his originally kind and benevolent nature crumbled, giving rise to a surging intent to kill. Fuck! 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 Ly Shir Min swiftly drew his bronze bow from his back, aiming at the child who was playing with the head of the Chinese girl as though he had gained a toy. As the drawstring released, a white bone arrow pierced through the space and penetrated the body of the child. Its speed was not reduced in the slightest, continuing in its trajectory, penetrating another 7 Vietnamese before exploding, dyeing the street with blood. Explosive arrow. This was the skill that Ly Shir Min possessed, and he wasn't just a powerful archer. He was an agility-based evolver that had reached level 43, and after killing that Vietnamese kid, the kind and honest Ly Shir Min had disappeared, giving rise to a deadly and vicious slaughterer. Chapter 457. Seeing Chen Yao Again. Chapter 457 is Seeing Chen Yao Again. Ly Shir Min fired that single arrow which killed 7 Vietnamese, before he retreated backwards in a flurry, at the same time, cocking his bow, and firing thrice more into the crowd of people. The 3 exploding arrows pierced a dozen of the Vietnamese who were gloating at the fate of the Chinese, before exploding and causing a misty spray of blood. When the nice people are pushed to breaking point, they're the most terrifying, as they could switch to the other extreme. Ly Shir Min originally belonged to the type of men who were courageous and honest, but his honest nature was in fact a weak point as well, and hence, he had allowed Luo Wenshu to climb over him. Currently, he had totally changed into a wild beast, allowing his true prowess to be unleashed without any shackles. A total of over 20 Vietnamese instantly died at his hands, and the initially celebratory mood of those Vietnamese who were killing and humiliated the Chinese turned into one of chaos, as everyone panicked, running in different directions, trampling over one another. After he had killed those 20-plus Vietnamese, he pulled out a Molotov from his back, and threw it into a house nearby with flammable items. At this point of the apocalypse, most places had regained the usage of firewood and matchsticks to light fire, and the moment the Molotov shattered on the pile of firewood, it began blazing furiously, causing a huge fire. Ly Shir Min set fire to a few places, before he vanished into the smog. Lang Son City was after all Wuyen Hong's territory, and there were countless experts here. He did not think that he would be able to take on the entire city. However, as Lang Son City was huge, it was not a problem for him to find a place and hide. Very quickly, blazing flames consumed parts of Lang Son City, and even the policemen were activated. Many experts were deployed in a bid to search for the arsonist, but nothing turned up. Daluo Mountain was in fact a small mountain range, and the terrain was treacherous. There were forests, grasslands, swamps, and mountains. Within these areas there were all sorts of mutant beasts. At this current moment, snow was falling everywhere, and the entire Daluo mountain range seemed to be covered with a layer of white. Amidst the white landscape, a few black dots were traveling with difficulty, and that was precisely Yu Zhong and his team. "How is it? Any sign of Chen Yao or other people?" Yu Zhong asked Ming Jia beside him, who was currently wrapped up like a dumpling. The noses of the shadow wolves were extremely sensitive, and even more perceptive than the strongest police search hounds by at least 10 times. This was one of the main ways Yu Zhong had to conduct searches. Ming Jia eyed the shadow wolf in front as she assessed the situation. "No good. Too much time has passed. Furthermore, it's been snowing, and their scent have been covered by the snow. If they were careful as well, they would hide their tracks. Otherwise, they would have died long ago." Wuyen Hong's Wolf-Fang battalion was also filled with numerous experts, with all sorts of abilities. Had Chen Yao and her troops been easy to locate, they would have been wiped out by Wuyen Hong and his troops long ago. "Seems like I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way." Yu Zhong mulled a while before he looked at the mountain range. "Chen Yao. It's me, Yu Zhong. I'm here." Yu Zhong cleared his throat before hollering loudly. Chen Luo, one of the experts beside Yu Zhong, activated his soundwave transmission. The Lu's soundwave transmission was a tasteless level 3 skill, which could help amplify a target's voice outwards. The higher the enhancement, the larger the radius. Although Chen Luo did not enhance the ability, it was enough to help transmit Yu Zhong's voice over a 5 km radius. "Chen Yao. It's me, Yu Zhong. I'm here." The amplified sound waves under Chen Luo's ability resounded throughout the mountain range. After a few minutes, the ground started to tremble, and a large number of huge mutant black-scaled ferocious boars rushed out. Their beady eyes caught sight of Yu Zhong and his team and started to charge. "I'll handle them." Ming Jia looked at the herd of mutant black-scaled ferocious boars, and her eyes flashed with a glint, before looking at Yu Zhong for permission. These black-scaled boars were level 40, and had not reached the level of a Type 2 mutant beast, so they happened to be Ming Jia's favorite prey. Yu Zhong eyed those mutant black-scaled boars and nodded. They weren't anything in his eyes. With delight, Ming Jia pointed at those black-scaled mutant boars, and 5 Type 2 shadow wolves charged towards them like lightning. The speed of those Type 2 shadow wolves were extremely quick, moving like fleeting shadows, and in just a few moments, they pounced onto the heads of those boars. With their sharp claws digging deep into those scales, they opened their jaws wide and took a monstrous bite, tearing off pieces of flesh. The flesh of those black-scaled ferocious boars was truly thick. Even after having a huge chunk of meat bitten out, they did not die. Instead, they began to twist and squirm furiously, trying to shake the Type 2 shadow wolves off, to no avail. The 5 Type 2 shadow wolves bit a few times through the heads of the boars, before finally killing them. At the same time, the remaining 11 black-scaled ferocious boars had managed to get within a 20 m distance of Yu Zhong. Right at this point, white bones exploded into action, shooting 10 sharp bone spikes, piercing the heads and subsequently, the brains of those charging mutant black-scaled ferocious boars. The final boar charged at White Bones with bloodshot eyes, whereas White Bones responded by waving its iconic huge axe with its eyes blazing, instantly slicing the head of the boar off. The drops from the 16 mutant boars amounted to 300 survivor coins and 2 white treasure boxes, and when Yu Zhong opened them, he obtained 2 mountain-splitting blades. Level 2 treasure, mountain-splitting blade. This sharp weapon is the best help in dealing with mutant beasts. Just as Yu Zhong was preparing to leave for another hill, an excited shout rang out suddenly. "Boss Yu! Is that you?" Yu Zhong turned to look, only to discover a familiar face in front of him. It was one of his trusted subordinates, Pan Jin Yong, who he had left with Chen Yao to aid her. When Yu Zhong saw Pan Jin Yong, his eyes brightened and he stepped forward. "It's me. Where's Chen Yao? Lead me to her." Pan Jin Yong grinned at Yu Zhong. "Boss, you're finally back. That's great. The Holy Maiden Empress would be happy to see you." Holy Maiden Empress? When Yu Zhong heard this term, a strange feeling arose in his heart. It gave him the feel of those third-rate unorthodox sections. Under Pan Jin Yong's lead, Yu Zhong's team routed around Daluo Mountain a few times, finally arriving in front of an obviously man-made cave in the side of the mountain. "Boss Yu is back." The moment Pan Jin Yong stepped into the cave, he called out loudly. Soon, an extremely beautiful lady came out, exuding not just a charming aura, but a valiant spirit and strength in her eyes. She was followed by a number of males of different ages. It was obvious that these were the members of the upper echelon amongst the survivors. Yu Zhong eyed the lady quietly, his eyes filled with a complicated and shocked look. The environment can really change a person. Initially, when Yu Zhong left, Chen Yao was still a stubborn but resolute girl with talent. However, the lady that stood in front of him, while her looks had not changed, her entire demeanor was different. Not only was she no longer naive-looking, she had an intense valor and fortitude that she did not have in the past, and it added much to her already attractive charm. Chen Yao saw Yu Zhong, and her feelings were likewise as complicated. This man in front of her had left alone in order to draw the attention of Wuyan Hong. However, he had already established major bases in the Guangxi region, and had over 900,000 survivors. At the same time, he had assembled an elite troop of over 10,000 people. Compared to the man in front of her, she had been defeated again and again in Vietnam, and was forced to the mountains where resources were scarce. This gave rise to a myriad of emotions. Chen Yao had control over a town of more than 4,000 people. While she knew she could not compare to Yu Zhong, she thought that she had at least managed to close the distance between the two of them. However, reality was cruel. She discovered she was nowhere closer to Yu Zhong than she had been, and it was devastating. As they were exchanging looks, a young, suave-looking 27 to 28-year-old man in clean and tidy clothes looked at Yu Zhong with animosity and asked, "Holy Maiden Empress, who's this?" Chen Yao frowned at the man and replied, "Lu Zhixiang. This is leader Yu Zhong, whom I've told you all about often." Yu Zhong looked towards the men behind Chen Yao, only seeing Gong Tao, Pan Jin Yong and Fan Tong Xian who were familiar. He had no impressions of the rest of the men, and it was clear that they had joined after he left. When Yu Zhong had left on his own to divert Wuyan Hong's attention, the force he left to Chen Yao was not exactly formidable. Chen Yao had a hard time getting to where she was currently based only on her own powers and identity as a woman. Lu Zhixiang eyed the men behind and spoke out, "Holy Maiden Empress, these were all fought for by us. This outsider had not contributed at all and he wants to take control over everything? I'm not agreeable with that, nor are the rest of the brothers. Do you guys agree?" "I'm not willing." "Same here." Battling against Wuyan Hong for so long, Chen Yao's strength had been slowly whittled away, and she had tried to bolster them by absorbing other Chinese factions. These upper echelon members that Yu Zhong did not recognize were experts that had joined Chen Yao much later, and were naturally antagonistic towards Yu Zhong, who had come to assume control. Chapter 458 Assault. Chapter 458 Assault. Right at this moment, Gong Tao stood up and used his remaining eye to glare at the people who had responded and barked, "Shut the hell up, all of you!" Gong Tao surveyed the people in front of him. At that time, for the sake of drawing Wuyan Hong's attention away from us, allowing us a moment of reprieve, Leader set off all on his own. He had done so much for us. I've long since supported Leader. Whoever that has an issue with it, is equal to going against Gong Tao. Gong Tao possessed the strongest troops amongst Chen Yao's forces, and between him and Pan Jin Yong, they commanded a total of 70 evolvers. Those evolvers were above level 20 and hence, he and Pan Jin Yong possessed the strongest authority within the faction, next to Chen Yao. Lu Zhixiang's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he retorted loudly, Gong Tao, do you think that just because the others fear you, I'm the same? Even if Yu Zhong was the benefactor in the past, the matters after that had been the efforts of our brothers under the Holy Maiden Empress. You want to just give it away? I, Lu Zhixiang, am not willing. The brothers are the same. Lu Zhixiang was in command of the secondary troop in Chen Yao's faction, and he had been attracted to her charm, and given his all to support Chen Yao. In his mind, Chen Yao was the holy maiden of his heart. Furthermore, if he could marry her, the inter-faction would become his to control. Hence, he had expended energy and time to get in her good books, killing enemies with all his heart for her. I'm not willing. We're not willing. Led by Lu Zhixiang's rallying calls, the rest of the upper echelons responded with a resounding voice. As the saying goes, every sovereign had his own courtiers. They would definitely not allow Yu Zhong to come in to lord over them and disrupt the current power play. Chen Yao watched many of her own subordinates jump out to defy Yu Zhong, and frowned immediately, speaking icily to Lu Zhixiang. Lu Zhixiang, are you defying my orders? Lu Zhixiang looked at Chen Yao with a fiery, passionate gaze and spoke. Holy Maiden Empress, I will listen to all of your orders. Except this one, because this concerns everyone else. The Chinese Sky Association is not just your own. Members of the Chinese Sky Association then shuffled towards Lu Zhixiang's back, in a show of support as they looked at Chen Yao and the rest. Chen Yao looked at her subordinates of the Chinese Sky Association and turned pale. She had never expected that the Chinese Sky Association that she set up with Yu Zhong in the past would be out of her control. Are you guys thinking of rebelling? Yu Zhong eyed Lu Zhixiang and the rest, taking a step forwards, his tone becoming extremely cold. Lu Zhixiang eyed Yu Zhong contemptuously and said, Get the hell out! Yu Zhong, you're not welcome here. The Chinese Sky Association has survived with our own effort. No one will take it from our hands. Not even you. Alright, I got it. Since it's like this, you can all go to hell. Yu Zhong's gaze retracted as he pulled out his stinger swiftly with his right hand, causing 6 fast shadows to trail behind. Pung! Pung! In just an instant, 6 gunshots rang out, as Lu Zhixiang and 5 of his fellow committee members had their heads blasted apart. Their lifeless bodies slumped to the floor, with red and brain matter splatter all over. White bones, which had been beside Yu Zhong the whole time, acted as well, with 10 sharp bone spikes shooting out, piercing the heads of 10 other members, nailing them to the wall. Ming Jia Jia had activated her skill the same moment as the two, causing 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves to appear from the shadows of the remaining 3 members, chomping down on their throats swiftly. Not even 10 seconds had passed, and the revolting members gathered around Lu Zhixiang had been entirely annihilated by Yu Zhong and his team. A strong bloody scent permeated the area. Witnessing this, Gong Tao, Pan Jin Yong and Fang Tongxian turned pale, their gazes towards Yu Zhong filled with a new degree of fear and respect. Chen Yao was shocked and her body trembled, only recovering after a while, her eyes flashing with anger as she scolded Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong! Don't you think that was overboard? They were my subordinates, how can you just kill them like that? Yu Zhong gazed at Chen Yao and his forehead creased. I've said this before. No matter who it is, as long as they become my enemies, I'll not show mercy. Since they dared to rebel, they had to shoulder the consequences. Chen Yao, you're still so naive. Because of that, they had already banded against you. Can't you see? The person truly in charge here wasn't you, but that Lu Zhixiang. Hearing his words, Chen Yao's already pale expression turned even whiter, as she gritted her teeth and stared at Yu Zhong with a complicated gaze. Yu Zhong glanced at Gong Tao standing one side and ordered, "Gong Tao, go take their corpses away to be buried." Gong Tao shivered in his heart as he replied respectfully, "Yes, boss Yu." Gong Tao could feel that Yu Zhong had grown even more formidable than before, even himself being a level 43 evolver. He could instinctively feel that he would not be able to last more than 5 moves from Yu Zhong. Furthermore, Yu Zhong's ruthless and decisive nature, as well as lack of mercy towards his enemies, gave rise to a new level of fear in his heart. He would absolutely not want to become Yu Zhong's enemy. "Ji Xiang, how did you die? Who did this? Who killed Ji Xiang?" Right at this time, a troop of about 30 members came to the cave entrance. A middle-aged man who was the leader immediately began crying out in agony upon seeing Lu Jixiang's corpse. The middle-aged man was Lu Jixiang's uncle Lu Xiong, and was a member of the Lu clan, leading a team of 30 experts from the Lu clan. Yu Zhong glanced at him and replied coldly, "It was me." Lu Jixiang glared back with immense hatred in his eyes, asking, "Why did you do it?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Because he instigated a revolt. He planned to obstruct my taking control of the Chinese Sky Association." Lu Xiong's eyes frosted over, and pointed a finger at Yu Zhong, commanding loudly, "Good! Good! Good! I want you to accompany him in death. Everyone attack! I want him dead." Lu Xiong's words had just landed when a sharp bone spike shot out from one side, instantly piercing his head, nailing him to the wall. Seeing their own clan leader being pinned to the wall, the 30 Lu clan experts all stopped momentarily and trembled, their hearts turning cold. Yu Zhong eyed the 30 members and his voice rang out coldly. "I am Yu Zhong, leader of the China Sky Association. Surrender now, and I can let this go. If you insist on rebelling, don't blame me for being merciless." A female evolver wielding daggers immediately called out, "Don't listen to him. He killed Master Lu Xiong, let's all attack to avenge him." Similarly, her words had just exited her mouth when Yu Zhong waved his gun, and immediately shot her head open. With his current speed, firing 6 bullets almost simultaneously was an easy feat, and he could easily catch the movements of any agility-based enhancers. When the dagger-wielding female evolver's head had been blasted apart by Yu Zhong, the remaining experts hesitated. Right at this moment, Chen Yao came up to Yu Zhong's side and berated the experts. "I'm Chen Yao. This is Yu Zhong. He's the one who started the Chinese Sky Association and is the leader. You guys still aren't putting down your weapons. Are you thinking of revolting as well?" Although the remaining experts did not recognize Yu Zhong, they knew Chen Yao's position as the Holy Maiden Empress. They began to throw down their weapons, and saluted Yu Zhong and Chen Yao. Yu Zhong chuckled and commended Chen Yao. "Not bad. Seems like your position as the Holy Maiden still has some authority after all." Chen Yao was expressionless as she stared at Yu Zhong. "I don't deserve the praise. Yu Zhong, if I didn't come in time, how would you have handled the situation?" Yu Zhong replied mildly, "Like I said, I've never been one to show mercy to my enemies." Chen Yao glanced at Yu Zhong and chuckled bitterly in her heart. This man in front of her was still as tyrannical and overbearing as ever. If she had not appeared, those who were not willing to submit might very well have been executed on the spot. Yu Zhong walked back into the cave and gained control of the entire association. Since those problems had been nipped in the bud, Yu Zhong then proceeded to regain authority with the help of Chen Yao, Gong Tao, Pan Jin Yong and Fang Tong Xian. Chen Yao brought a document to Yu Zhong with a hint of worry as she reported, "Our current faction has 632 people left, of which 562 are Chinese, 20 Vietnamese, 50 are foreigners. We have 300 rifles left, ammunition about 20,000 rounds. The rations in the storage can last for another 6 days. Fortunately for you hunting those black-scaled ferocious boars, we can hold out for a while more. However, we currently lack salt, as our salt reserves have almost been depleted. Without salt, the human body would not be able to function. While salt was seemingly unimportant, it could not be missing from humans' dietary habits. Without enough salt, the human body would become weak. Since Chen Yao and the rest had been forced to live within the mountains, salt had since become a precious resource. Never in her dreams did Chen Yao think that what would threaten their survival was the lack of salt, instead of rations. Initially, when Chen Yao's faction had been forced to be on the run from Wuyanhong, many had grabbed huge amounts of food, but neglected to bring salt. I have a 100 gene of salt with me. Take it? Yu Zhong waved his hand and immediately threw a bag of salt out. Within his storage ring there were weapons, rations, water and salt, all sorts of resources. However, this 100 gene of salt was one of the treasured items within his storage. Chapter 459. The Cruel Vietnamese Army. Chapter 459. The Cruel Vietnamese Army. Being forced to live in the mountain region was not as pleasant as some might have thought. Instead, it was incredibly tough. There was a lack of resources everywhere, and there was no way of obtaining any necessary supplies that could otherwise be found in populated places. If Yu Zhong had not come to the Daluo mountain, Chen Yao and her troops might have been forced to attack the various towns under the Vietnamese army rule to get salt and other necessities. As Yu Zhong passed the salt to Chen Yao, the dissatisfaction and unrest as a result of his forceful takeover began to settle down. Also, he had Chen Yao to support him. Although her position was not as firm and ironclad as compared to Yu Zhong in Guilin City, she still had some form of authority and charm. With her aid, the rest of the troops slowly began to accept that Yu Zhong was their leader. In any case, being able to live on in the current world was already a blessing. In fact, if it wasn't for Wuyanhong's vile and hateful oppression of any race other than the Vietnamese, with just an order, Yu Zhong could send away at least 2/3 of the people by Chen Yao's side. After things had settled down, Yu Zhong began training the survivors in Daluo Mountain. All the soldiers, regardless of gender or age, were all treated like soldiers as he made them undergo strict training. In Vietnam, it was incredibly hard for Yu Zhong to just deploy troops as and when he liked. He could take down a single faction on his own and proceed to do so for the rest, but he would be hard-pressed to gather more trustworthy members. The fact that Chen Yao had been forced to the Daluo Mountains was because they were betrayed a few times by the Vietnamese under their care, revealing their tracks and locations, allowing the experts to chase up and deal them devastating blows. After 4 days, the weather had turned clear, and not a single cloud could be seen in the skies. Rays of sunshine shone on the snow-covered ground, and the reflection made everything seem brighter. A troop of 200 soldiers that were armed to the teeth were currently escorting a group of 500 survivors. The frail survivors seemed to be susceptible to any sudden gust of wind, each of them wearing tattered layers of cloth, and their faces pale white with fear as they entered the Daluo Mountains. Zhang Man-su was riding a non-mutated horse as he stepped forward and hollered, "Chen Yao, I know you're in there. I am Zhang Man-su from the Vietnamese army. I want to see you. If you're not out in 10 minutes, I'll begin killing. A life will be taken for every 10 minutes with no sign of you, until you come out." Beside Zhang Man-su, an enhancer with the same soundwave transmission skill amplified his voice and sent it resounding throughout the mountains. 10 minutes passed. Zhang Man-su looked at the quiet and serene Daluo Mountains and chuckled coldly, waving his hands. A 12 to 13-year-old girl with simple clothes and a pair of eyes that shone with fear was brought in front of him. Zhang Man-su pulled out a gun, pointing the trigger at the girl's head. He laughed cruelly before pulling the trigger. The gunshot resounded throughout the entire mountain region. There was an additional bullet hole in the head of the girl, Her eyes that were filled with hope and faith in life dimmed, as she crumpled to the floor. After shooting the Chinese girl dead, a twisted, excited smile broke out on Zhang Man-Su's face as he laughed. Chen Yao, because you failed to appear, a girl has died because of you. Are you that cowardly? Will you watch 500 of your comrades die because of you? Zhang Man-Su saw that his words had not achieved the intended effect, and his eyes flashed with a cold gaze as he pointed at the Chinese. All of you! Shout! With that order, the Vietnamese soldiers immediately whipped out belts and lashed out at the Chinese, causing them scream out, "Miss Chen Yao! Save us! Please! Miss Chen Yao! Appear and save us! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Please don't hit us anymore! Please stop!" From the midst of the Chinese survivors, painful shrieks and screams began to ring out as the Vietnamese enhancer amplified the sounds throughout the mountain region. The Vietnamese soldiers just laughed cruelly as they continued torturing the Chinese survivors. In war, many soldiers lost their humanity easily and became cruel butchers. Even America, known as the World Police, during the Vietnam War, had slaughtered countless villages of innocent Vietnamese. These Vietnamese ordinary soldiers were likewise not entirely decent, and their behavior were vicious. Shameless beasts! Pan Jin Yong was currently hidden in a tree, and as he watched the cruel treatment of the Chinese at the hands of these Vietnamese soldiers, his hands gripped the tree trunk tightly, as he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Pan Jin Yong was a recon soldier, and lived at the very forefront of battle. He had the Forest Ranger transformation skill, and when he transformed, even if he could not defeat the enemy, he could escape with ease. At that time, when Pan Jin Yong was captured by the Vietnamese, he was likewise subjected to inhumane treatment at the hands of the Vietnamese. When he saw the plight of these fellow Chinese, the fury in his heart reached a terrifying degree. He cast a deep look at those Chinese being humiliated and tortured, as he gritted his teeth before turning towards the Daluo Mountains and rushed towards the inner parts. When Chen Yao heard Pan Jin Yong's report, her expression turned pale as she sent a furious slap towards a table beside her. Beasts! Although Chen Yao had been molded by her environment and circumstances into a decent and capable leader, her inner heart was still that same kind and gentle girl, and when she heard the plight of her fellow countrymen, her emotions were thrown into disarray as she felt her anger surge. A burly-looking enhancer who looked as built as a huge bear roared in rage. "Fuck! Those animals! Holy Maiden Empress, let's go and fight it out with them!" The single-eyed Gon Tao immediately rebuked. "Su Zhu! Quieten down. Listen to what Boss Yu has to say." Su Zhu immediately kept quiet, however he stared at Yu Zhong with animosity. He had no favorable impression of this Boss Yu that just killed his way in. In his opinion, the Chinese Sky Association should be run by Gon Tao and Chen Yao together. Su Zhu was a Chinese survivor that Gon Tao saved. He was also one of the 3 evolvers within the entire Chinese Sky Association. In his mind, he only acknowledged his savior and benefactor who allowed him to become strong. Chen Yao had always been in charge of the Chinese Sky Association and had sacrificed much for the greater good. Hence, he was willing to listen to Chen Yao as well. The moment Gon Tao spoke, everyone within the cave swiveled to look at Yu Zhong. They wanted to know how this leader would handle this matter. Other than Gon Tao, Pan Jin Yong, Fan Tong Xian and those who had been rescued by Yu Zhong before, no one knew exactly what measures Yu Zhong would employ. A cold glint flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes as he gave the order, "Assemble the troops." Following the sound of a gunshot, another Chinese man was shot point-blank in the head, as he slumped to the ground, dead. Zhang Man-Su looked at the dead corpse and his expression was one of perverse delight as he spoke slowly. "What cowards! The Chinese are all a bunch of death-fearing trash. They don't even dare to show their faces." Yuan he responded with equal arrogance. Of course. The only strength they have is their numbers. How can they compare with our race? We Vietnamese were the third most armed country in the past, and we have a record of winning against even America. How can the Chinese compare? Obtaining a victory over the Americans was the pride of any nationalistic Vietnamese. After World War II, America was regarded as the strongest country around, and the whole world knew that. However, America had suffered losses during the Vietnam War. During the Korean War, China had at most come to a draw against America. This was the sole point of pride amongst the Vietnamese. Of course, the Vietnamese would never acknowledge that during the Vietnam War, it was China that had provided a lot of help during then. They would just assume that it was their own fight and own victory. Jiang Man-su replied with excitement, "That's right. After today, our Vietnam will become the strongest country in the world. The entire world will bow at our feet." With the ushering of a new era, there was the birth of wild ambition in many hearts. With Nguyen Hong leading the Vietnamese army, many believed that it would pave the way for Vietnam to shine. Ling Luo laughed lightly. "These despicable Chinese would then become our slaves. They will slog for us. Being the slaves of our grand Vietnam, they should be honored and proud." Jiang Man-su and the other youths exchanged looks and roared out with triumphant laughter. They did in fact want to see Vietnam overtaking the other countries in becoming the strongest. In order to do that, they had to step on their neighbor China to climb up. This was also one of the reasons why there was such an antagonistic view towards the Chinese. "Drag her here." Jiang Man-su swept a look across the captives, before pointing to a woman, and ordered. A soldier immediately pulled the lady up towards Jiang Man-su. "Don't kill me. Please. I'll do anything you want. Please, don't kill me. It hasn't reached 10 minutes yet." When the lady saw Jiang Man-su, she immediately knelt and bawled, pleading for her life. No one would want to die, and although the lady had been subjected to a lot of torture, she was still afraid of death. Jiang Man-su eyed the woman kneeling down, his eyes flashing with a hint of elation. He loved to see his enemies begging for their lives in front of him, after which, he would slaughter them without a care. Seeing the enemy having the slightest hope before he snatched it away and turning it into desolation, it would give him an immense sense of pleasure. Jiang Man-su laughed out cruelly, as he slowly raised the gun and aimed at the lady's head. "If you want to blame someone, blame that plant demoness Chen Yao. Because she hasn't appeared, you'll have to die." Wah! Although Jiang Man-su's actions were extremely slow, the terrorizing effect was there, and the lady's face was full of fear, as she began to wail and pissed herself. "Hold up!" Right at this moment, Chen Yao came walking out from the trees alone, as she called out solemnly. Jiang Man-su turned to look, and saw the incredibly charming and beautiful Chen Yao, and his eyes flashed with delight. "So you're plant demoness Chen Yao? Truly exquisite." Chen Yao looked at Jiang Man-su with fury in her eyes, spitting out her words in an enraged tone. "It is I. I have come out as per your demands. Release them." Jiang Man-su looked at Chen Yao with a strange look and laughed coldly. "You want me to release them? Sure. As long as you become my pet, and crawl in front of me to lick the dirt off my shoes, I'll release them." Jiang Man-su was not an idiot, and he wanted to agitate Chen Yao to act. By making Chen Yao and the rest lose their composure, it would be easy to deal with them, catching them all in one fell swoop. Of course, if it was possible, he would not mind catching Chen Yao to be his personal bitch. Nguyen Hong had countless experts under him, and had instilled a great number of military rules. A simple elite battalion would be able to deal with Chen Yao and her faction that had not much military training. However, while defeating them is easy, annihilating them all would be difficult. Hence, Jiang Man-su wanted to goad the rest into exchanging blows with him, then he had the confidence of wiping them all out. Chen Yao gritted her teeth as she cursed. You use the weak and old to threaten me? Don't you feel ashamed? Zhang Mansu appreciated that fury mask of Chen Yao and pointed his gun at the female Chinese survivor in front of him. Nope. Chen Yao, I'm ordering you to kneel right now. Otherwise, I'll blow her head off immediately. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. The female Chinese stared at Chen Yao, crying as she pleaded. She knew that the cruel Vietnamese would not bat an eye about killing her, and she had no choice but to beg her fellow countrymen. Right as Zhang Mansu was gloating, a cold intent enveloped his mind. He was an expert of countless battles after all, and upon feeling that intent, he immediately activated his ability and shot backwards like an arrow. With a single bang, a 14.5mm sniper bullet round pierced his left shoulder, sending him flying backwards a few meters, shattering his left shoulder bone. If it wasn't for his reaction speed, that single shot would have taken his head and life. Atop a tree, Yu Zhong put down his falcon sniper and thought, he does have skills. Seems like Vietnam has a number of terrifying experts as well. Yu Zhong's sniper's skill had been trained and honed countless times, matching even the top snipers of the world. That single shot could kill most level 40 enhancers, however, that Zhang Mansu had actually managed to evade a little, and he immediately knew that this young Vietnamese had a terrifying strength as an expert. Just as the gunshot rang out, 5 shadow wolves burst out from the shadows of 5 Vietnam soldiers, immediately crushing their throats. Chapter 460. The 4 Pillars of the Vietnamese Army. Chapter 460. The 4 Pillars of the Vietnamese Army. When the shadow wolves attacked, there were 3 following gunshot sounds and bullet holes appeared in 3 of the Vietnamese soldiers' heads, as they slumped directly to the ground. Chen Yao had a few sharpshooters under her as well, just not that many. Other than the 3 top-notch snipers, the rest would not be able to get a clean headshot from a distance. At the same time, from the forest, a number of rifles sounded, as countless bullets threatened to rain down on the Vietnamese soldiers. At this point, Yuan He of the 4 Pillars bellowed in rage, and a bright light flashed on his right hand, as a huge spirit barrier appeared in the air, defending the 200 Vietnamese soldiers. Countless bullets hit the barrier only to deflect off it. The Vietnamese soldiers that were following the 4 Pillars made off towards the forest. When Zhang Mansu and the rest brought the Chinese captives here, they had already considered the possibility of an ambush. Hence, they chose a position which allowed for a quick retreat. Yu Zhong glanced at Yuan He, who had activated the spirit barrier to protect over 200 soldiers, and he conjured a devil flame spear in his right hand. He then flung it with all his strength, sending it shooting through the air with lightning speed. The terrifying devil flame spear exploded onto the spirit barrier, causing it to instantly disintegrate, and the backlash from the skill caused Yuan He to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had just thrown up the mouthful of fresh blood, when a sniper bullet found its way in his forehead at the next instant, blasting a new hole in his head. Yuan He. Zhang Mansu was making his way for the forests, and he saw his fellow pillar member being killed with a single shot, and roared out in sorrow and fury. The young 4 Pillars were the most talented geniuses that had been trained up by Wien Hong, and they had all sworn to dedicate their lives and strength to the cause of glorifying Vietnam. They were the best of friends, and seeing his comrade dead, it caused Zhang Mansu to be swallowed up in an endless fury. Zhang Mansu's eyes were filled with sorrow as he ordered loudly, "Damn Chinese dogs! You will pay for your actions! Kill all those Chinese dogs!" With that command, the Vietnamese soldiers immediately turned their guns on the helpless Chinese survivors still chained up and fired. Ta-ta-ta! Following the sounds of spraying, countless bullets rained down on the Chinese survivors, causing a bloodbath, as a huge number of the Chinese fell in their own blood, screaming and groaning in agony. Many of the survivors had tried to escape in the other directions, but were shot dead by the Vietnamese, causing red blood stains to splatter all around on the snow-covered ground. Zhang Man-su looked at those fallen Chinese survivors and his eyes flashed with a hint of madness as he laughed. Ha ha! Ha ha! Chinese dogs must all die. You all can go and accompany Yuan He in his death? When the Chinese Sky Association saw their fellow countrymen being shot down, their eyes flashed with an incredible rage. Bastards! Damn fucking Vietnamese! Yu Zhong looked at the wretched Chinese survivors, and a frosty look came over his face. White Bones, which was beside him, immediately charged towards Zhang Man-su's position. In comparing the shooting efficiency and effectiveness, the Chinese Sky Association was severely lacking against the Vietnamese, as Zhang Man-su had at least 10 snipers beside him. In the crossfire, members of the Chinese Sky Association would be shot down with their heads blasted. White Bones charged out from the forests, and immediately attracted all the gunfire. It dashed through the snow, evading all the bullets, while making its way closer towards the Vietnamese. When White Bones had charged out, Yu Zhong had activated his shadow steps at the same time, and made for the Vietnamese army from another direction. With the cover of the trees and various other terrain, using sniper rifles to attack the enemy would be too difficult. Killing them up close would be a whole lot quicker, and hence, Yu Zhong had not hesitated to charge towards the enemy side. So he's finally here? So fast. Chen Yao actually had such an expert under her? Zhang Man-su looked at White Bones rushing over, and his pupils narrowed. In the reports back at base, there had never been any details of such an expert. In just a matter of 7 seconds, White Bones had already breached the Vietnamese side, and it exploded out with 7 sharp bone spikes, piercing the heads of 7 Vietnamese soldiers accurately and instantly killing them. Purring! Just as White Bones had killed those 7 Vietnamese soldiers, a large piercing round from a sniper rifle slammed into White Bones' left shoulder, sending it flying back about 6 to 7 meters. Zhang Man-su looked at White Bones and laughed out coldly. Heh? Fool! You think you can stand against the might of an elite troop all by yourself? What an idiot! Those large piercing rounds were meant to deal with armored vehicles. If fired at a person, even with the protection of a mutant beast hide, the terrifying power would pierce the armor and cause heavy injuries to the person. If the endurance of the body was not strong, then it was likely that the victim would be dead. Zhang Man-su was a dual attribute evolver, and his attributes were agility and endurance. That was how he had managed to evade the shot from Yu Zhong's Falcon sniper. If Zhang Man-su wasn't an endurance type, that single shot might have already caused his shoulder to be destroyed. Just when everyone present thought that White Bones was sure to be dead, it leapt up from the ground, with a small hole in its left shoulder. The bone parts started to mend together visibly, before the hole disappeared. After repairing that hole, White Bones flashed, and directly penetrated the defense line of the Vietnamese soldiers, its hands shooting out bone spikes, piercing the heads of 3 Vietnamese soldiers. Too strong! Witnessing this, all the Chinese Sky Association felt their heart turn cold. It was the first time that they saw a freak that could even survive an anti-armor round from a sniper rifle. What the hell? Why is there such a monster? When those Vietnamese soldiers saw White Bones unleashing its carnage like a demon, their morale instantly plummeted. On the other side, Yu Zhong had breached the location of the Vietnamese army, and he wielded his huge black-toothed blade, instantly slicing a soldier in 2 at the waist, while his left hand sprayed with his .05 submachine gun, causing 2 Vietnamese soldiers who had unfortunately stuck their head out to be shot dead. After easily dispatching those 3 Vietnamese soldiers, Yu Zhong shot forwards, before his face suddenly changed, and he leapt backwards rapidly. Hong! Hong! Yu Zhong had just retreated, when the area he had just landed suddenly exploded with a huge bang, as countless shrapnel shot outwards. The Vietnamese had actually planted a few landmines around, and because Yu Zhong had rushed in too quickly, he had set off the detonation by accident. The Vietnamese who spent much of their time battling in the jungles were like fish in water, and knew how to make use of the terrain to set all sorts of traps. As the dust clouds settled, the bronze spiritual bell appeared on top of Yu Zhong, as he was enveloped by the green aura, completely shielding him from harm. Seeing the uninjured Yu Zhong, the remaining Vietnamese soldiers in the forest began to fire at him. Regardless of the type of defense, they would have a limit. As long as they could break the limit, they would be able to destroy the defense. Yu Zhong eyed the countless trees and dense forest that concealed the 200 Vietnamese soldiers, and his eyes flashed coldly, before he raised his right hand and activated his devil flame. A ball of fiery red flames shot out from his hand and began consuming the forest. With the terrifying burning rate of the devil flame, the forest seemed to thaw itself from the snow almost instantaneously, and patches of trees began burning up. Yu Zhong continued to cover the forest with more devil flames. In the middle of burning, the various traps meant to deal with experts began exploding, and the resulting blasts and shrapnel immediately caused the deaths of a few soldiers within the vicinity. Yu Zhong's devil flame had been enhanced to a +4 level, and with his high spirit, the might of the devil flame was truly terrifying. That was the reason why the heat could cause the huge trees to be suddenly engulfed in flames. Damn it! Why is there a fire? Who's that bastard? How come he has such a scary ability? We can't let this go on. Zhang Man-su saw Yu Zhong constantly setting things aflame, and his eyes began to show a hint of fear as he brought out his level 4 treasure, blood-breaking spear, and activated its ability, shooting towards Yu Zhong like a meteor. Zhang Man-su was an agility and endurance-based dual-attribute evolver, and when he reached his maximum speed, it was beyond even that of Bai Shaoxing. In a span of a few breaths, he came charging at Yu Zhong, his spear aiming viciously at Yu Zhong's heart. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, using all his strength to parry the blow from Zhang Man-su. A frightful strength came traveling from Zhang Man-su's blood-breaking spear, and caused Yu Zhong to be sent flying back 3 to 4 meters. Zhang Man-su did not give Yu Zhong the slightest chance to rest, as he shot forwards like an arrow, and a number of shadows were formed behind the blood-breaking spear, seemingly intent on harming Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was no pushover himself, and the 2m long black-toothed blade came blocking the blows on either of his sides, constantly parrying the spear. Zhang Man-su's eyes grew fiercer, when all of a sudden, a bright light shone out of his right hand, and a sharp ice pick exploded on Yu Zhong's right leg, causing it to be frozen instantly. Making use of that chance, Zhang Man-su laughed grimly, and he grabbed his blood-breaking spear to thrust towards Yu Zhong's head. Go to hell! Damn Chinese dog! Chapter 461 Killing the Four Pillars. Chapter 461 Killing the Four Pillars. Right at this time, Yu Zhong's face remained stoic in the face of such an attack. With a single thought, a nether portal opened up in midair, and a sharp bone spike shot out from within, aiming for Zhang Man-su's head. Damn it! Zhang Man-su was after all an agility-based evolver, and his reaction was nimble. He lifted the spear, and directly parried the incoming bone spike. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed and he cast the Art of Fear on Zhang Man-su, and a terrifying spirit attack assaulted Zhang Man-su's mind. Right as the spirit attack enveloped Zhang Man-su, a beam of white light shone from his body, and he laughed at Yu Zhong coldly. Spirit attack? All spirit attacks are ineffective on me. Chinese dog, today's your death day. In the middle of his laugh, he suddenly felt a surge of danger rising in his heart, and he forcefully rolled to one side. Alas, a strong gust of wind brushed past his body, as an incredibly sharp claw tore open the Type 3 mutant beast hide on his body, tearing a huge chunk of meat from his waist. Zhang Mansu felt a sharp stab of pain as he cast a look at the source of wind, and his eyes flashed with fear and shock. A Type 3 mutant beast! How is that possible? Can they possibly be tamed? While he was still stunned, Yuzhong shot forwards like an arrow and slashed viciously towards Zhang Mansu's head. Zhang Mansu's eyes flashed coldly, and he summoned all his energy and pushed his spirit to the brim. Even with his injuries, he forcefully used his spear to parry the attack from Yuzhong. However, from the right of Yuzhong's strike, a sharp bone spike shot out like a meteor and pierced Zhang Mansu's armor, went in one ear and out the other, nailing him onto a nearby tree. Zhang Mansu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes opened wide as the light dimmed. The look in his eyes were of disbelief and unwillingness, before his body went limp and he died. Although he did possess a frightening amount of combat strength, under the combined attacks of Yuzhong, White Bones and Lightning, he was still defeated. Against Zhang Mansu's strength, the entire Chinese Sky Association was helpless. Even Chen Yao, who was an evolver herself, would be dealt with almost immediately if it had come to a close confrontation. It was because of his tyrannical strength that they had daringly brought only 30 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion and 200 elite members of the army to deal with Chen Yao. It was precisely because they had assumed it would be more than enough to deal with Chen Yao and the rest. Mansu! The remaining Ling Luo of the Four Pillars witnessed Zhang Mansu being impaled by White Bones' attack, and screamed out in sorrow and anger. The 30 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion immediately charged for Yuzhong, as many of them activated their abilities in a bid to crush Yuzhong, White Bones and Lightning. Yuzhong's body flashed, and directly leapt towards the blazing forest. White Bones evaded those threatening abilities, at the same time, charging towards the 30 members of the Wolf Fang Battalion itself. Lightning immediately exhibited its Mach 1 speed, and in a flash, all the abilities targeting it lost their aim. In just that second, Lightning managed to land in the midst of the 30 Wolf Fang Battalion members. 3 of the strength-based evolvers had their heads removed near instantaneously from their bodies as they fell to the ground, fresh blood flowing. 2 summoners who were in the midst of their summoning suddenly had slashes on their chests, reaching all the way to their lower half of their bodies. Blood and organs began to drop out onto the ground with sickening plops, as they screamed in agony. 4 enhancers who were concealed and preparing to cast curses also did not escape, as their heads were also separated from their bodies in a single swipe, and the entire casting array disappeared. Lightning ravaged about within the midst of those Wolf Fang Battalion members with incredible speed, leaving the unfortunate soldiers with no chance to react before being killed. The only ones who managed to barely see Lightning's movements were agility-based enhancers that had activated their abilities, but even then, they could only catch sight of its shadow, and were powerless to stop Lightning's attacks. The entire group of Wolf Fang Battalion soldiers was wiped out completely. On the other side, White Bones had directly leapt into the midst of the ordinary Vietnamese army, and began unleashing carnage and hell on those soldiers. Everywhere it passed, its bone spikes would shoot out, and the Vietnamese whose hands were filled with Chinese blood were all nailed to nearby burning trees. White Bones, Lightning and Yuzhong had attracted the entire attention of the Vietnamese army, and seizing this opportunity, Gan Tao and Pan Jin Yong led the elite members of the Chinese Sky Association to charge in and slaughter the Vietnamese soldiers. Under the joint attacks of so many parties, the morale and fighting spirit of the Vietnamese soldiers were beginning to crumble as they started to escape towards various directions. These were the elite members of the army, no doubt, but even they would be afraid of death. When they saw that the chances for a victory were slim, they would likewise seek to retreat and live to see another day. Damn it! Damn it! How did it become like this? Damn Chinese dogs! Ling Luo turned to run, as he mixed about with the rest of the soldiers and tried to escape. The only thing on his mind was to hurry and report to Wuyen Hong about the encounter they had today. All the soldiers were running, and they knew that with their actions towards those Chinese, they would not expect mercy from the enemy. Gong Tao hollered out with bloodshot eyes, "Kill these bastards! Kill! Kill!" The entire Chinese Sky Association roared out in unison and chased them down, hacking and slashing any escaping Vietnamese soldier. There were a few brave souls amongst those retreating soldiers. Upon seeing that there was no escape, they turned around in a bid to fight it out. However, the moment they turned, Yu Zhong would pick them off, shooting their heads off. With that intense hunt, the remaining Vietnamese soldiers would be killed one by one. "I won't die. I will definitely make it out alive." Ling Luo was running like mad as he gritted his teeth, activated his Forest Ranger transformation skill, and transformed into a forest ranger as he leapt towards a tree. Purring! Ling Luo had just moved, when Yu Zhong raised his gun and fired a single shot at his skull, instantly blowing it apart, and splattering his fresh brains on the tree ahead. Another member of the 4 pillars of the Vietnamese army was taken out just like that. Gong Tao's body was covered in perspiration as he ran up to Yu Zhong while breathing heavily and a look of utmost respect. "Boss! Every single soldier has been taken care of. What's our next move?" By this time, all the upper echelon members had gathered around Yu Zhong's side, and as they looked at him, their eyes were filled with respect as well. This battle could be said to have been single-handedly decided by this man and the expert beside him that had rushed into the enemy's side and caused widespread collapse. Even more so, this man had a Type 3 mutant beast under his control. Yu Zhong surveyed the scene filled with numerous Vietnamese corpses and spoke coldly. "Waiting for others to move has never been my style. Gong Tao, gather the troops and follow me." Gong Tao became extremely excited and replied, "Yes, boss. Equals 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 equals." Luo Siyuan Town was a small town about 30 kilometers away from Lang Sun City, and in this small town, there were 4,000 Vietnamese survivors as well as a battalion of soldiers stationed there. The fact that Luo Siyuan Town had been assigned a battalion to be stationed was because it had an incredibly important resource, coal. There were various coal mines of varying sizes here. In an apocalyptic world where fuel and oil was lacking, coal was the next best alternative. It could be used to provide warmth, and to power electricity. That Lang Sun City could still be lit at night, showed that this Luo Siyuan Town had decent amount of coal. Yu Zhong stood on high ground as he looked down coldly at Luo Siyuan Town. "I'll kill my way in first. Wait for my signal and you guys proceed." The strength of the Chinese Sky Association was still weak, and Yu Zhong did not want to risk suffering casualties. Based on his current strength, if he were to suddenly unleash his power, taking out a battalion was not an issue. "Yes." The many experts of the Chinese Sky Association replied with respect. They had already seen the might of this man for themselves. Even without them, Yu Zhong and his team would have been enough to wipe out the 200 Vietnamese soldiers that Zhang Man-su had brought. With such a powerful leader, it was a blessing and honor to them. "Let's go." Yu Zhong then held Ming Jiajia's hands as they walked towards the direction of Luo Siyuan Town. "Who are you people?" There were 8 Vietnamese soldiers on guard duty at the entrance, and upon seeing Yu Zhong and Ming Jiajia approaching, 2 of the soldiers stepped up to question them. With a thought, another hole appeared in mid-air, and 7 sharp spikes shot out explosively, piercing the heads of 7 of the Vietnamese soldiers, killing them immediately. With a flip of Yu Zhong's hand, the huge black-toothed blade appeared and was pressed against the neck of the Vietnamese soldier as he spoke coldly. "Bring me to the army camp." Although the Chinese Sky Association had no way of contending against the Vietnamese army and Nguyen Hong, it was not impossible to gain some intelligence. Hence, Yu Zhong knew that within the Luo Siyuan Town, there was a battalion stationed here. "All right. I'll bring you. Don't kill me." The Vietnamese soldier's eyes flashed with a hint of fear as he spoke out. Ming Jia Jia provided the translation to Yu Zhong. Go! Yu Zhong coldly barked, and the black-toothed blade in his hands disappeared. However, White Bones had stepped out from the nether realm and stood behind the Vietnamese soldier, a sharp-boned spike pressed against his heart. Under the threat, the Vietnamese soldier led them along the roads of the town. When the soldier came to the army camp, his eyes flashed with a strange glint as he suddenly hollered, "There's an enemy! Everybody! The Chinese dog has killed his way in!" "What heroics!" Yu Zhong exclaimed coldly. White Bones extended his bone spike, immediately piercing the heart of the Vietnamese soldier. The soldier revealed a satisfied grin, before slumping to the ground. At this time, countless Vietnamese soldiers surrounded the place. Chapter 462 Human Firepower. Chapter 462 Human Firepower. The Vietnamese soldiers saw Yu Zhong directly executing their friend, and they instantly became enraged as they fired at him. With a thought, Yu Zhong summoned his 10M long Type 2 green Jiao snake, and it appeared out of thin air. As soon as it did, it opened its huge jaws and spat out a thick fog of poison gas. When the green poisonous gas traveled through the camp, 8 of the Vietnamese soldiers who came into contact with it began dissolving rapidly, turning into a puddle of flesh and blood on the ground, but not before shrieking out with hair-raising screams. Countless bullets turned to fire at the green Jiao snake, but were deflected off. Ordinary rifle bullets had no means of harming any Type 2 mutant beast with a strong defense. Ming Jia Jia pointed at the Vietnamese soldiers, as 5 Type 2 shadow wolves pounced out from the shadows and lunged at them, ripping their throats out. White Bones braved the onslaught of bullets as it breached the crowd of humans in 3 seconds, its bone blades dancing about, piercing numerous Vietnamese soldiers through their heads. Yu Zhong wielded a grenade launcher with one hand and a .05 type submachine gun in the other as he followed behind the green Jiao snake, and they headed further into the camp. Any Vietnamese soldier that stepped out to face the green Jiao snake would be corroded almost instantly, or met with a bone spike through their head. No one had any means to stand against the assault from Yu Zhong's team. An elite sniper scrambled to get atop a construction site, as he pulled out a Bartlett sniper and aimed at Yu Zhong. He was one of the top 10 snipers under Wuyen Hong, and was frequently concealed to deal with any experts that came meddling. He had even dealt with enhancers above level 40 before. In this post-apocalyptic world, snipers were terrifying experts. There were many experts that could possess higher enhancement levels than snipers, but they would still be at the mercy of a single shot from any sniper. The sniper forcefully suppressed his killing intent as he aimed at Yu Zhong, steadied his breathing, and pulled the trigger. A single armor-piercing round from the enhancer-hunting expert came streaming through the air towards Yu Zhong's head. Just as Yu Zhong's head was about to shot, the bronze spiritual bell floated out and released the layer of green barrier, defending against that attack. Yu Zhong swiftly turned and locked on to the sniper on top of the construction site, and he immediately raised his right hand and fired at the location. Following the sound of the gunshot, the sniper's head was blasted apart. "Chinese dog! You deserve to die!" Right at this time, following some angry roars, the earth split, as a number of sharp spikes rose from the ground towards Yu Zhong and Ming Jia Jia. Yu Zhong grabbed Ming Jia Jia up and dodged to one side, with the help of his danger perception. Countless sharp spikes brushed past his body, but did not actually harm him. Suddenly, the glass windows of a house nearby shattered, and 2 agility-type enhancers charged out, possessing the speed of S2S, wielding daggers as they made for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, his right hand moving in a blur as he opened fire at the enhancer on the right, before moving on to the left enhancer within milliseconds. Following the almost consecutive gunshots, the 2 enhancers found themselves blasted apart, fresh blood flowing everywhere. This was Yu Zhong's current speed, 18 times that of a normal human, and if he were to unleash the full extent of it, he could easily do many things in a single second. Two other enhancers from the Vietnamese army ran towards two structures, but before they could even act, Yu Zhong had fired another 2 shots, ending their lives prematurely. 4 other soldiers who were hiding within a small alley wanted to leap out to attack Yu Zhong, when they suddenly came under the attack of 4 Type 2 shadow wolves, their throats bitten off. Elsewhere, white bones flashed about, as the spikes shooting out from its body continued to nail many of the soldiers to walls. It waved its huge axe about, slicing any unfortunate soldier that came in its path into 2. In the Great Vietnam Empire's army, every base would have an elite team of experts made up of enhancers. These enhancers were all of better constitution and physique than ordinary soldiers, and with the strictest of training, they would become top-notch special forces or assault forces. Within this Luo Siyuan town, there was a commander leading the team of enhancer elites called Wu Chun-yi, and as he witnessed Yu Zhong slaughtering his subordinates like chickens and dogs, his entire body was trembling with fury as he cursed. "Fucking Chinese dog! Damn beast!" Wu Chun-yi's vice-commander Yang Zhiqing had an anxious expression as he asked, "What do we do, Captain? Our brothers are being slaughtered by that person." Wu Chun-yi spat coldly. "Are the brothers gathered?" Yang Zhiqing replied. "They've assembled, awaiting your orders." Wu Chun-yi's eyes flashed with a resolute gaze as he said, "Then follow me. For the Great Vietnam Empire. Regardless of the price we pay, we have to kill that Chinese dog. This will all be for the glory of the Vietnam Empire." Yang Zhiqing's eyes were also ablaze with a heated gaze as he saluted Wu Chun-yi. "Everything will be for the Great Vietnam Empire." Nguyen Hong led the Great Vietnam Empire's army for the sake of the glory of Vietnam, and to become the strongest country in the world. With that lofty ambition, countless passionate and hot-blooded Vietnamese were willing to bend over backwards and spill blood to achieve that goal. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Nguyen Hong was a racist towards the Chinese, and wanted to enslave all of them, treating them as the stepping stone towards greatness. To the Chinese, he's a slaughterer, a devil. However, to the Vietnamese, Nguyen Hong was their hero. It was just like the Japanese war criminals in the Yasukuni Shrine. To the Chinese, those war criminals were butchers who had committed horrific acts. However, to the Japanese, they were people who had given their lives in service to their country. With Wu Chun-yi's resolute decision made, 40 enhancers that were above level 20 followed closely behind him, as they made their way towards Yu Zhong and his team. While most of the enhancers that were above level 30 were drafted into the Wolfang Battalion, there was a huge majority of experts that were above level 20 as well. These were assigned to the various camps. "It's time!" Yu Zhong casually shot another soldier at point-blank range, before pulling out his flare gun to fire into the sky. "It's the signal! Brothers, let us charge!" Gong Tao, who was hiding with his men surrounding Luo Siyuan town, began to shout, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gaze. After speaking, Gao Tao immediately leapt forward and charged towards the direction of Luo Siyuan town. Following closely behind were 500 Chinese Sky Association members wielding rifles, their eyes filled with hatred and fury as they charged towards Luo Siyuan town. There were many women and children amongst this huge group, but every single one of them had the same look in their eyes. In this foreign land, Yu Zhong's troops had been lacking, hence regardless of age or gender, he had grouped them up together to train, in order to push them more. In the event of deployment, even if they were to die, they would go down with their enemies. These Chinese survivors were largely formed from people rescued by Chen Yao and Yu Zhong from the hands of the Vietnamese. They had suffered plenty under the treatment of the Vietnamese, and by now, regardless of their gender or age, they had been trained to follow orders without question. In this new world, without power, the weak would only get bullied. Under Gong Tao's lead, 500 Chinese Sky Association members killed their way into Luo town. Because of Yu Zhong's advance charge, the soldiers of the Chinese Sky Association didn't meet much resistance as they charged in. Inside Luo town, although they had come under sudden attack, the brave Vietnamese began to rally and rise to clash against Gong Tao and his troops with whatever weapons they could lay their hands on. Many women and children took up arms as well to engage Gong Tao and his men. Inside Luo town, all the Vietnamese knew they were already at odds against the Chinese, and both sides would not rest till the other was dead, and hence, almost everyone started to get embroiled in the fighting. However, melee weapons and bows could not compare to rifles and guns, and those Vietnamese who were rushing to engage were instantly gunned down. Groups of Vietnamese laid in their own blood as they groaned and moaned. In the ensuing gunfire, over 400 Vietnamese fell and shrieked in pain. The bravado and courage that propelled them to die with their comrades began to ebb away together with their lives. The majority of the Vietnamese began to lose their fighting will and spirit, and tried to make their escape. Attack! Destroy the Vietnam Army, victory is ours! Gong Tao gunned down a Vietnamese woman who was running towards him as he hollered loudly. While this group of Vietnamese survivors had the courage, their combat prowess was simply lacking. Facing Gong Tao and the rest would only mean death. Only the battalion of soldiers would be considered a threat, and if Gong Tao and the rest could deal with that battalion, there would be no one in Luo town that could threaten them. Kill! 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 The warriors from the Chinese Sky Associations were all overcome with bloodlust as they shouted and followed Gong Tao towards the camp. In the direction of the camp, Yu Zhong had killed another group of Vietnamese soldiers, when Wu Chun-yi appeared in front of him together with the remaining 40-plus members of the experts' troop. For the glory of the Vietnam Empire! Everyone, charge! Kill him! Wu Chun-yi eyed Yu Zhong and bellowed. The 40 experts of level 20 and above unleashed their abilities all at once, firing them at Yu Zhong from all directions. Amongst those enhancers, 90% of them were strength type or agility type, while the other 10% of the people possessed special level 3 skills. The 30 of them who were strength or agility based were stronger than most ordinary people, and they all wielded some weapons as they charged towards Yu Zhong. A bunch of fools! Yu Zhong looked on as the 40 experts came charging at him, and he laughed coldly, flipping his hands, and a 12.7mm heavy machine gun appeared in his hand. Yu Zhong held the heavy machine gun and fired wildly at the 40 enhancers. The 12.7mm bullets rained down on those 40 enhancers like a torrential pour. An agility-based enhancer was immediately punched with a 12.7mm, and his entire body was torn apart at the waist. A strength-based enhancer had just shot forward when one of the rounds pierced his neck, and his head was separated from his body. A spirit-based enhancer managed to conjure up a psychic barrier that deflected a number of rounds. When his face began to contort, the barrier disintegrated, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before his body was riddled with more rounds. Yu Zhong had strength 7 times that of a normal person, and the recoil from the gun was negligent to him. It was able to exhibit its terrifying might, as it threatened to swallow up the lives of those 40 enhancers. In just the blink of an eye, 15 enhancers were ravaged by the line of fire. The remaining enhancers who managed to react faster dove for cover, not daring to reveal their positions. 15 of their comrades had been wiped out instantly by Yu Zhong, causing them to be filled with a fear of him. Wu Chun-yi's eyes were bloodshot as he cursed out loud, "Fucking shit! How is he so good at gun wielding?" Most high-leveled enhancers would focus on casting their own abilities, and not place such importance on the usage of modern weapons. However, Yu Zhong was different. Not only did he emphasize training of his gun control, he did not neglect the research into modern and advanced weaponry. After all, the various skills were means of killing as well. The might of a fireball would not be able to compare against the destructive might of a rocket. Furthermore, the usage of skills expended stamina and spirit. On the battlefield, it was a downside of abilities. The remaining 25 enhancers hid behind their covers, when suddenly 5 shadow wolves pounced out from the shadows and found their targets, ripping their throats out. On the other side, White Bones suddenly appeared from nowhere, twirling with its bone blades, piercing the head of an enhancer. These fellows are truly troublesome. Yu Zhong eyed those Vietnamese enhancers as he frowned. If these soldiers were to engage him in a face-to-face battle, he had the confidence to deal with them quickly. However, if they continued to hide behind cover, it was extremely frustrating to have to deal with them. If these fellows were not dealt with cleanly, destroying the command would be harder as well. Chapter 463. Killing Wu Chen-yi. Chapter 463. Killing Wu Chen-yi. Yu Zhong eyed the Vietnamese soldiers hiding behind cover, and the heavy machine gun in his hands disappeared, before he pulled out 2.05 submachine guns and charged forward. In just 5 seconds, Yu Zhong had ignored the various Vietnamese experts hidden behind cover, as he charged out of the area and made his way towards the command post. Damn it! He's intending to destroy our command post. Wu Chen-yi's heart turned cold, and immediately shouted out, "That Chinese dog wants to destroy our command center. Stop him!" If the Vietnamese command post was destroyed, the entire town would be without a leader, and to this small town, it was equivalent to its destruction. Under Wu Chen-yi's orders, the Vietnamese experts had no choice but to extract themselves from cover and charge towards Yu Zhong. Amongst them, there were many who were well versed in the usage of daggers and blades, and compared to guns, they placed their faith in their weapons of choice. There were some others who still raised their guns and fired continuously at Yu Zhong. However, it was ineffective as the bullets just bounced off the green aura of protection surrounding Yu Zhong. The defenses of the bronze spiritual bell was effective against normal bullets. If one wanted to break past the defense, it would take at least 100,000 rounds. Yu Zhong saw the soldiers coming out from their covers and turned around, the 2.05 submachine guns in his hands firing spitting fire. Under the rain of bullets, the soldiers were all struck down and started to groan in pain. High-level mutant beast hides were valuable possessions in Vietnam, and only the elite troops under Nguyen Hong could get to equip them. Other than that, only those commanders or soldiers who had contributed heavily to the cause and racked up merits would get the chance to don on such hide. Shit! Damn Chinese dog! Wu Chen-yi watched as Yu Zhong easily annihilated his troops, and he could not tolerate it anymore as his eyes turned bloodshot, and he activated his ability, electromagnetic manipulation. As a bolt of electricity flashed in his right hand, and he flung it towards Yu Zhong like a bomb, together with a handful of ball bearings. Wu Chen-yi's electromagnetic manipulation ability had been raised to level 3, and under the strong effects, ball bearings could exhibit a terrifying power similar to cannons. A single ball bearing could destroy even an armored vehicle. When Wu Chen-yi had just appeared, Yu Zhong had felt a sense of threat from him, and in a flash, he disappeared behind cover like a specter. Those ball bearings that were charged by the electromagnetic manipulation exploded upon impact on the wall behind Yu Zhong, causing multiple fist-sized holes. Right at this time, a shadow wolf came leaping out from behind Wu Chen-yi, lunging to take a bite out of his neck. "Pay! Such petty tricks are useless against me." Wu Chen-yi snorted coldly, as a cold glint flashed past his eyes, and his body seemed to be charged by electricity, enveloping himself. The shadow wolf that was near his body was instantly electrocuted by the high voltage, as it started to smoke, before disappearing from the world. The Type 2 shadow wolf was extremely sneaky in its movements, and was hard to defend against. Without ample protection, Wu Chun-yi might have already met his maker. However, since he already knew of the dangers earlier after witnessing it, he had prepared himself, and now, the Type 2 Shadow Wolves could pose no threat to him. Wu Chun-yi looked towards the direction where Yu Zhong hid himself and urged, "Chinese dog, you'll still have a chance if you surrender now. As long as you surrender, we will not pursue the past. Furthermore, I will seek for Wuyen Hong to pardon you, and allow you to join our Vietnamese army, becoming an honored member of our race. At that time, gold, women, and power, whatever you want, you will get them. This is Vietnam, just you alone would not cause any huge waves here. Even if you try to hold out till the end, there's only death that awaits. Join us and become part of our Vietnam, only then will you get a chance at life." Wu Chun-yi could smell danger from Yu Zhong. This was the same type of danger that he could sense from Wuyen Hong. Wuyen Hong had personally given rise to the great Vietnam Empire. After countless battles, any enemy who had gone against him were reduced to bones. His entire body radiated an extremely cold and heavy killing intent. Initially, when Wu Chun-yi had exchanged a few blows with Wuyen Hong for practice, he had almost been killed for real. Hence, Wu Chun-yi became like a lapdog, and only sought to fight for the glory of Vietnam. This time, Wu Chun-yi had felt the same type of danger emitted from a person other than Wuyen Hong. "My answer is, to kill you all." Yu Zhong laughed coldly and pulled out his heavy machine gun, leaping out from behind cover and intending to spray at Wu Chun-yi. "Bullets are useless against me." Wu Chun-yi saw the dense barrage of bullets and laughed coldly, waving his hands, as a strange barrier made of electricity appeared in front of him. Facing that layer of electricity, even a cannon would be blocked or deflected, as long as it hadn't exploded. The countless bullets were stopped by the shield, before flying back towards Yu Zhong in the next moment. Those very same bullets shot towards Yu Zhong before being deflected by Yu Zhong's own green barrier made by the bronze spiritual bell. Wu Chun-yi had a smug look, but at the next moment, a feeling of danger rose in his heart, as he hurriedly rolled towards the right. A sharp bone spike pierced the spot that Wu Chun-yi had just been on an instant before, as two other sharp bone spikes continued to shoot towards the dodging body of Wu Chun-yi, nailing him to the ground. White Bones followed up with a vicious swing on its huge axe as it leapt out the window like a demon, swinging down on Wu Chun-yi's head, cleaving it in two. "Captain!" Yang Ziqing let out an anguished howl, as both of his hands slapped the ground, and a number of vines extended rapidly towards White Bones. The eyes of White Bones flashed as it pointed towards Yang Ziqing, and a sharp bone spike shot out swiftly from its finger. The bone pierced one of the vines and penetrated Yang Ziqing's head. Yang Ziqing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes dimming, before becoming a lifeless corpse. The vines began to disappear. After White Bones had dealt with the commander of the elite battalion, it continued to make its way for the other experts, slaughtering them one by one. "Ah! Save me!" Wu Chun-yi and Yang Ziqing had died, and the rest of the expert battalion began to loose their fighting morale, as they tried to escape in various directions. White Bones chased after them doggedly, like a death god that would not stop reaping their lives. Yu Zhong himself carried Ming Jia Jia as he made his way to the command center. Hong! Hong! Following the sounds of some rockets, the green Jiao Python was finally blasted to pieces by the Vietnamese army that it was entangled with, before it slowly dissolved into light. Is the green Jiao Python finally killed? As expected, the strength of an army is truly terrifying. I must quickly destroy their command center. Yu Zhong saw the green Jiao Python disappearing and thought quietly. The defenses of those huge mutant beasts were truly terrifying, but their movement was relatively slow. As long as enough firepower could be utilized, a Type 2 mutant beast could be taken down by a decent-sized army. Even if it was a Type 3 mutant beast, with enough modern weaponry and time, they could be destroyed as well. Kill him! Yu Zhong had just run for 5 seconds when a company of soldiers appeared in front of him to stop him, as they began firing immediately. The command center officer of Luo Siyuan town was intelligent as well. The moment he knew there was an expert that had infiltrated, he immediately deployed a company of soldiers to ensure his own safety. Yu Zhong's body shot forwards like a beam of light and breached the line of defense. Waving both his hands, 2 terrifying tornadoes of devil flame began forming, threatening to envelop everything as they moved towards the soldiers. Hong! Hong! Within the blazes of those 2 fiery tornadoes, all the grenades and rockets instantly caught fire and exploded, and the resulting blast consumed the lives of all the 30-plus soldiers present. With the cover of the fiery tornadoes, Yu Zhong continued his advance. In a matter of seconds, he arrived in front of the command center. Yu Zhong then proceeded to yank the door open, and instantly his expression turned before he shot backwards hastily. Hong! Following an intense earth-shaking explosion, the entire command center was enveloped by a huge blaze, with the terrifying flames traveling outwards in all directions. The Vietnamese soldiers had set a trap in a bid to take down Yu Zhong. Foolish Chinese dog. Just a brute. In this world, only those with intelligence are the ones truly in power. The commander of Luo Siyuan town, Wu Ji, looked on from afar as the fires consumed Yu Zhong, laughing coldly. One of the intelligence officers immediately stepped forwards to bootlick. This was all possible due to Commander's amazing plan. Of the entire great Vietnamese empire, other than Nguyen Hong, you are the smartest. Wu Ji laughed smugly. The emperor is a man of both intelligence and skills. He is beyond us mortals. I'm naturally not worthy. But yes, other people are worth shit to me. Right as the 2 of them were continuing their banter, the dust dispersed and a green silhouette shot towards them. Commander! He's not dead. He's still alive. Seeing the green silhouette lunging towards them from the dust that had yet to settle, a number of the soldiers beside Wu Ji immediately turned pale and tried to escape in various directions. They had even forsaken their commander. Wu Ji's face fell as he turned and tried to run away as well. Chapter 464. Revenge. Chapter 464. Revenge. Yu Zhong's speed was indeed fearsome, and in a mere 2 seconds, he had reached Wu Ji. He casually swung his blade, and sliced a Vietnamese soldier, blocking the way in twain. As Yu Zhong had evaded the blast, only a minor force from the shockwave had affected the defenses of the bronze spiritual bell. It did greatly wear down the defenses, but failed to injure Yu Zhong in the slightest. If it wasn't for the protection of the bronze spiritual bell, Yu Zhong would have suffered greatly from that blast. Wu Ji saw his subordinate being chopped in 2, and his legs instantly gave way as he groveled on the ground, begging. I'm the 14th Battalion's Commander Wu Ji of the Great Vietnam Empire Army. I surrender. Please spare my life. Yu Zhong's blade stopped at the neck, short of slicing Wu Ji's head off. Wu Ji immediately looked at Yu Zhong and his eyes flashed with fear. Yes. Yes. Sir. Let me take out my walkie-talkie. I will inform them to surrender immediately. Yu Zhong replied coolly. Fine. Wu Ji's eyes then flashed with an insidious look, as he reached for a grenade and revealed a grim smile, pulling the pin out forcefully. Long live the great Vietnam Empire. Yu Zhong immediately kicked out furiously at Wu Ji, sending him flying back dozens of meters. With a hong, Wu Ji was blasted into pieces, with countless shrapnel pieces shooting outwards in all directions. Although this Wu Ji liked to hear fawning words, but in crucial times, he was truly decisive and ruthless, and willing to sacrifice his life for his country. Yu Zhong looked at the mess that was Wu Ji and thought to himself, These extremists are truly fucking tough to deal with. Those extreme racists were cruel and sadistic towards their enemies, but at the same time, for the sake of their ideals and ambitions, they could be equally harsh on themselves. That was why they were hard to deal with. Wuyen Hong could put together such a strong force because he had so many extremists supporting his ambitions and ideals. Both sides relied on each other to grow and expand. If Wuyen Hong wasn't an extremist himself, he would find it hard to obtain such loyal subordinate. Kill him! Kill that Chinese dog! We can't let him go back alive. Wu Ji's death had ignited the fury of his subordinates, as they began to bellow loudly, having lost all reason. Some began to fire multiple rockets at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed the rockets and the soldiers, before pushing his speed to the limit. With the help of his danger perception, he continually dodged the incoming projectiles. A number of rockets landed behind Yu Zhong and detonated, causing dust and debris to explode outward. However, not a single one managed to graze Yu Zhong. Such rockets truly had the capabilities of killing Yu Zhong, however, as long as they did not hit, he would be fine. He had always been enhancing his agility, precisely so he could deal with such situations. Yu Zhong's body flashed, as he weaved in and out of the blast radius, nearing the soldiers with each step. His .05 submachine guns appeared in both his hands, and he began firing, taking down the soldiers one by one. With Yu Zhong unleashing his maximum speed, the ordinary Vietnamese soldiers found it hard to follow his movements, and every second, a soldier would be taken out. Just as the death rate crossed the 40% mark, the elite troop of soldiers began to collapse, each of them breaking away to escape for their lives. Ming Jia Jia activated her ability, this time summoning 6 shadow wolves, and they charged forwards with a speed equivalent to a Type 2 lightning. They chased down the escaping soldiers, pouncing on them before tearing their throats out. With the chase of the shadow wolves, in just 15 minutes, the entire troop was wiped out, leaving behind a ground strewn with corpses. The patrol forces and expert forces were all taken down by Yu Zhong and his team, and the remaining company of soldiers managed to hold out for a while more. Yu Zhong led White Bones, Lightning and Ming Jia Jia to charge over, causing the soldiers to scramble for their lives. The Vietnamese survivors within Luo Siyuan town were filled with fear as they tried to escape as well, and the entire town was in chaos. In the ensuing mess, a number of them trampled over their own fellow countrymen. "Boss! Everything's stabilized. What do we do now?" Gong Tao came to Yu Zhong's side, his entire body drenched in blood, as he asked excitedly. As Gong Tao looked at Yu Zhong, there was a look of idolization and veneration. This man in front had not only saved him, but given him strength as well. The moment he returned, he had led them on a successful conquest against a town filled with elite Vietnamese forces. When Chern Yao had led the Chinese Sky Association, they simply did not dare to go against the Vietnamese army. The moment there was a clash, the Chinese Sky Association would be defeated without a doubt. However, right now, Yu Zhong had led them to assault and come out victorious. In one single operation, his position was elevated even higher. In the apocalyptic world, people were more willing to follow a leader that led them to victories rather than a beauty. Yu Zhong's expression turned frosty, and he gave an order filled with killing intent. "Kill! Kill until they become obedient. Make sure to get everyone's hands filled with those Vietnamese animals' blood." Hearing those orders, Gong Tao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he licked his lips excitedly as he replied, "Yes, boss. Brothers, let us charge." Gong Tao hollered to his subordinates, as they charged towards the mayhem in town. In a flash, countless gunshots rang out in the town center, and whoever stood in the way of Gong Tao and his men, regardless of gender or age, they were all shot down. Without warning, nor any shouts to alert them, just gunshots. Gunfire rang out continuously, causing anyone who stood to fall in their own pools of blood. The entire Luo Cun town seemed to be a depiction of hell itself, as a huge number of Vietnamese laid groaning and moaning on the ground in pools of their own blood. Chen Yao could not take it anymore, and she came to Yu Zhong's side to plead with him. Please stop. Please, Yu Zhong. These ordinary Vietnamese folk are innocent. Yu Zhong eyed Chen Yao, frowning slightly as he spoke slowly. Chen Yao? This is war. On the battlefield, there are no innocent parties. If they don't die, they will become future troops, doctors, laborers, and tools of weapons aimed at us. Chen Yao had after all gone through some hardships together with Yu Zhong, and he was willing to explain to her. If it had been another woman who had nothing to do with him, he would have swept her to one side without bothering so much. Chen Yao opened her eyes wide as she pleaded with Yu Zhong. We can take them in as slaves. Turn them to our strength. Chen Yao had witnessed the atrocities that the Vietnamese had committed against the Chinese. It was just that she was still benevolent in nature, and wasn't willing to watch all these Vietnamese people die. As to condemning them to be slaves, it was considered a light punishment for the sins that some of them had committed. Although she was kind, having undergone molding as a leader, she still knew to seek beneficial solutions. And to Chen Yao now, she could see that only a beneficial proposition would appease the furious Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed in cold fury as he rejected her proposal. No! We don't have a stable establishment, and cannot afford to hold this many Vietnamese. The only thing we can do now is to destroy this town, and not let Wuyen Hong gain any further benefits from here. In this area, Yu Zhong had not gained a foothold. If he were to bring the 4,000 people to the Daluo Mountains, the moment Wuyen Hong deployed some troops, they would be easily found. If they had a base, he could still consider resettling the 4,000 some Vietnamese, and make use of them. Chen Yao stared at Yu Zhong for a while, before trying once more weakly. Yu Zhong? If you pass this order, everyone will view you as cruel and merciless. It would be detrimental to any future expansion. Yu Zhong laughed blandly. Chen Yao, my reputation isn't exactly saint-like. In Guilin City, my enemies have termed me as a tyrant. A cruel tyrant. I couldn't care less about how others view me. The victor is king. As long as I am victorious, I am king. History would be written by me. If I fail, everything is for naught. Having an undesirable reputation is nothing. Tyrant. That was the nickname that people who were disagreeable with Yu Zhong coined in private. Even after cleaning a few times, there were still some parties not happy with his rule. It was just that these factions could not do anything about Yu Zhong's ironclad grip. Chen Yao looked at this man who stood at the apex and sighed, before she gritted her teeth and thought silently. Then let me be the one to pass this order. Pan Jin Yong. Chen Yao summoned him over. Is anything the matter, holy maiden empress? Pan Jin Yong came over and asked. Chen Yao was after all a top authority figure amongst the members of the Chinese Sky Association. Chen Yao hesitated a while, before a look of resolution flashed in her eyes. Convey my orders. The entire Luo Cun town is to be wiped out, not even the dogs or chickens are to be spared. Avenge our fallen comrades and countrymen. Pan Jin Yong's eyes glimmered with emotion as he replied fervently, Yes, Empress. Pan Jin Yong was filled with hatred towards the Vietnamese, and when he heard this ruthless order, he became incredibly excited. The moment Chen Yao gave the order, the entire Luo Cun town was once again dyed in blood, as many Vietnamese were captured and executed. Blood flowed freely, as screams and cries of terror filled the night, while the ground was slowly filled with corpses. After annihilating the entire Luo Cun town of its survivors, the various coal mines were destroyed, the buildings were set on fire, and smoke billowed towards the skies. Chapter 465 Pen Chapter 465, Pen. Animals. Bunch of fucking animals that deserve to die. Within a manor in Lang Sun City, Wien Hong was currently enraged, as he slammed down viciously on a glass table, causing it to shatter into countless shards on the ground. The deaths of the 4,000 plus Vietnamese survivors within Luo Siyuan town had thoroughly infuriated Wien Hong. It was the first major setback that he had suffered. In Vietnam, Wien Hong was often involved in clashes with the other various factions, but they were seldom cruel towards their own people. After all, humans were the most precious resource now. Without sufficient people, a power would find it hard to expand. Time and time again, this unknown assailant had single-handedly caused the deaths of numerous Vietnamese, counting the previous close to 1,000 survivors. Over 5,000 survivors had fallen at this unknown assailant's hands. Wien Hong's faction had only 150,000 people, and it was like 3% of his total power. How could this not enrage him? As to Wien Hong himself slaughtering over 2,000 Chinese and foreigners, he simply did not put them to heart. It was always the case for humans. One will only pay attention to the shortcomings of others, but will nearly forever be oblivious to oneself. A civil-looking man with spectacles and a head of long hair, as well as skin more tender than a woman's, spoke up and consoled Wien Hong. "Emperor, please be appeased. Those Chinese simply lack human nature. Don't anger yourself and agitate your body just because of them." This particular man was called Zhao Yuan Shuang, and he was the most trusted intelligence officer of Wien Hong. At the same time, he got on incredibly well with almost everyone. His responsibility as the chief intelligence officer was huge, and his position high. "Boss, let me take some men to exterminate those Chinese animals." A burly-looking man with knife scars all over his face, and even claw marks on his shoulders, spoke up. As he spoke, his right hand twisted the breasts of the Chinese beauty in his arms, his gaze carrying a fierce, killing intent. The Chinese beauty felt tears welling up in her eyes from the pain, but she did not dare to cry out, instead, giving a seductive smile. The lady previously in her position had enraged this man, and was directly chopped in two, and she would not forget that scene for eternity. This burly man with scars all over him was called Wu Tong Xiong, and was an enhancer that had followed Wien Hong through his multiple conquests. As Wien Hong's vanguard, the number of enemies he killed reached over 200. He had even rescued Wien Hong from the jaws of death a few times, and was considered to be Wien Hong's #1 trusted aide. He was only him among the entire Great Vietnam Empire that dared call Wien Hong boss instead of emperor. Wien Hong was extremely proud and spiteful, and was particular about how others referred to him. After he established the new order of country, there was a subordinate that called him boss out of habit, and was instantly slapped across the cheek, before being sentenced to be punished in a decommissioned unit and given an empty position. From then on, other than Wu Tong Xiong, no one else dared to call Wien Hong as boss. Wien Hong eyed Wu Tong Xiong and gritted his teeth. "Kill! Kill! Kill! You only know how to go around killing. Where they are right now, how many people, we don't even know, much less their background. How can we just kill? How do we go about it?" Wien Hong truly hated this unknown assailant to the core. After establishing the country, and warring on all sides, he had swallowed up countless other factions, and had not really suffered any setbacks. However, this time round, he lost 5,000 people, and it enraged him to no end. Wu Tong Xiong chuckled, and did not say anything further. Wien Hong was his boss, and being scolded by the boss wasn't a big deal to him. If Wien Hong did not scold him, he would feel more uneasy. Zhao Yuan Shuang spoke slowly. "Judging from their point of attack, this person should be related to the plant demoness Qin Yao. Based on other reports, the plant demoness has a subordinate called Yu Zhong. This Yu Zhong was the one that attacked our smaller towns, and removed Li Guangyi, before escaping towards Guangxi region. Chen Yao's methods aren't that vicious, and if I'm not wrong, it should be the return of Yu Zhong and his men. The Great Vietnam Empire had captured many of the Chinese factions and Chen Yao's subordinate. Under torture and other methods, they had managed to obtain such intel. Wu Tongxiong's eyes flashed fiercely as he licked his lips. Yu Zhong? So it's that pathetic piece of shit that we chased away? He dared to return to Vietnam? He truly doesn't fear death. This time, see how I'll deal with him. Yuan Shuang, do you know what kind of place they are at now? Zhao Yuan Shuang spoke slowly to Wu Tongxian. If one wanted to hide in this region easily, and the only safest place to hide out would be the Daluo Mountains, that's where they most likely are at. Wu Tongxiong laughed grimly and stood up. Great! I'll bring some troops right now to Daluo Mountains to wipe the whole lot of them. Wuyen Hong glared at Wu Tongxian and spoke coldly. Sit down! Hearing Wuyen Hong's order, Wu Tongxiong sat down quietly. Wuyen Hong looked at Wu Tongxian with a little disappointment. Daluo Mountain is so big. Do you know where they are exactly? The weather is so strange right now. If there was a sudden snowstorm during your operation, what will you do? How come you can't think all these things through? Wu Tongxiong was a capable man of countless battles, and was fiercely loyal to Wuyen Hong. He followed Wuyen Hong's orders to the T. However, his main weakness was that he was rash, and liked to use violence to solve problems, instead of using his brain. However, Wuyen Hong did hold Wu Tongxiong in high regard, because he had saved his lives countless times, and was a sharp blade that could be utilized. He was one that did not think for himself. At this time, a person entered the room and reported, "My liege! There's someone who claims to be an envoy from the European Union, and he seeks an audience." Wuyen Hong cursed out, "European Union envoy? At this time, what the shit is the European Union? Do they still think that it's a white man's world? Who the fuck is this envoy?" The European Union, America and Russia were at the forefront of science and military might before the apocalypse. They formed the major powers of economic strength, and had always looked down on the rest of Asia. Wuyen Hong already hated those European people and their attitude before the apocalypse. After the world-changing event, he had humiliated and tortured any foreigner that he could get his hands on. The officer immediately replied, "The envoy is a white man." Wuyen Hong's eyes flashed with hatred as he ordered, "Stuff him in the pig's pen. Feed him with the same shit that those pigs eat." The officer responded before dismissing himself, "Yes, liege." Zhao Yuan Shuang glanced at Wuyen Hong, slightly opening his mouth as to say something, but he quietened down. He was extremely clear of Wuyen Hong's intense dislike and hatred for America and China. At the same time, the subordinates under him were as extreme as him. Zhao Yuan Shuang was an utilitarian, and he knew that if he were to say anything to Wuyen Hong's dislike, he would be banished. "Go capture him. Throw him into the pig pen." The officer immediately brought some men with him, as they entered a room where they had kept the envoy Felix that was sent by the kingdom of God. 4 soldiers stepped forward and easily subdued Felix. He immediately shouted, "Heavens! What are you guys doing? I'm an envoy from the European Union. I have some terms to discuss. You can't apprehend me. I'm an envoy. I want to see your leader Wuyen Hong. I have important matters to discuss with him." The military officer looked at Felix with disgust and directly spat a glob of saliva on his face. "Pay! European Union! What kind of world do you think you're in, that the European Union is still big? You think it's still 2 years ago? Throw him into the pig pen with his people and feed them like pigs." The 4 soldiers immediately dragged Felix towards the pig pen. Felix continued to holler at the top of his voice, "No! You can't do this to me. I'm the envoy from the kingdom of God. I have something important to discuss with your Emperor Wuyen Hong. You can't treat me like this." Initially, Felix had planned to make use of the European Union's name to discuss with Wien Hong. However, he never thought that even before meeting Wien Hong, he would be dragged to the pig pen. The officer stared at Felix hatefully and turned around to leave. "These bunch of white-skinned pigs. You deserve to eat swine food." The type of leader would determine the type of subordinate. When Hitler became the ruler of Germany, the whole of Germany had become almost as radical as he was. After Wien Hong had become emperor, the entire nation had been filled with a nationalistic pride and supremacist attitude. Other than Vietnamese, they felt other races to be beneath them. Felix was under the custody of the 4 Vietnamese soldiers, and were dragged all the way to the pig pen. The moment he reached, he could smell the pigs, as well as the stench from other humans, excrement, sweat and other nauseating smells all mixed together. It was truly revolting. Countless Europeans and pigs that were not infected were kept inside the pen. Be it men or women, they all huddled together for warmth. The current weather was harsh and cold, and the dozens of Europeans were all huddled together, and trembling profusely from the cold, their bodies seemingly turning purple. Cotton clothes were precious resources, and Wien Hong would naturally not give those to the people that he thought to be lowly. The 4 soldiers stripped Felix of all his clothes and kicked him harshly, sending him tumbling into the pen. "Get in!" When Felix fell in, he immediately landed in a pile of pig's feces and human urine, and he immediately vomited. "Animal! Damnable animals! You will pay for your arrogance and despicable acts." After vomiting, Felix screamed hoarsely, "Bastard! You're disgusting!" One burly European survivor immediately stepped forwards and punched Felix viciously, breaking his nose. Chapter 466. Destined to Cooperate. Chapter 466. Destined to Cooperate. Damn it! They're too cruel. Those Vietnamese monkeys. Sadistic, rude and barbaric. Those Vietnamese monkeys. They're not listening at all. Are we really going to cooperate with a bunch of monkeys that just won't listen? Our envoy was locked in a pig's pen by them. This is an outrage to our kingdom of God. Those damnable Vietnamese monkeys didn't just stop at humiliating our fellow people. This is too much. After Felix was captured and locked in the pig's pen, the news quickly traveled to the Vietnam branch of the Kingdom of God. Upon hearing this news, the entire Vietnam branch of the Kingdom of God went into an uproar. Everyone within the center was European, and they always thought themselves to be higher than others. After the apocalypse, when the Kingdom of God was established, they assumed that their reach over the entire world was even more strengthened. Hence, when they heard that their envoy was being humiliated and ill-treated, it was like a slap to their face. Silence! At this time, a blonde-haired Caucasian spoke out slowly. He had an eagle-like gaze and hooked nose, and was dressed in a neat suit. This Caucasian was the director of the Vietnam branch, and his name was Entindo. Another good-looking Caucasian with a sword-like gaze and a few deep scars on his face saluted towards Entindo. "Director? We will definitely not let Wien Hong get away with this. He has gone overboard. We must seek revenge. Please allow me to lead the army to deal with this Wien Hong, and let him taste the consequences of offending the kingdom of God." This good-looking Caucasian with his blonde hair reaching his shoulders was called Alex, and he was the commander of the army under the Vietnam branch's control. He was an agility and endurance-based dual attribute evolver. At the same time, he had received special forces and assassination training. In the past, he had single-handedly wiped out a fully armed company of elite Vietnam soldiers. Along with having a brilliant record, this all showed how terrifying he could be. Entindo's eyes flashed with a light of wisdom as he spoke slowly. "No, Alex. Wien Hong is not some trash. Although he's proud, cruel, overbearing and arrogant, His troops are truly not to be underestimated. He himself is a strong expert. If we want to make use of the army to deal with him, we would be able to annihilate him, but the cost we have to bear would be equally devastating. This is not in line with our Kingdom of God's way of handling matters. We need to control the whole of Vietnam. If we expend too much force to deal with him, then it would not be beneficial to dealing with the rest of Vietnam. In this period of time, the higher-ups are still concerned with the rest of Europe, Africa and the Middle East. We won't be able to request for additional aid. While the Kingdom of God had embarked on its mission to conquer the whole world, their main focus of interest was still their own territory, Europe. After they had gained some breathing room from clearing the zombies and mutant beasts, they still had to slowly take control of all of Europe. They had stationed many troops in different parts of the world, but their elite troops were still gathered in Europe itself. Alex's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he pressed. Wien Hong dared stepped on our Kingdom of God's face. This is not a matter we can let him off so easily with. I need to carry out punishment. Director, I'm willing to lead only a battalion to exterminate him. We'll show him the strength of the Kingdom of God. Alex was confident in his own elite troops, as they were loyal, steadfast, and exceptionally brave. He had the confidence in their abilities to be able to overcome Wien Hong. In his eyes, Wien Hong and the great Vietnam Empire was nothing more than a bag of jokes. Nintendo's eyes flashed coldly as he barked. No, Alex, I'll not allow you to move out selfishly. This is an order. Alex stared back with a strange look before he slowly sat down. Yes, Director. Another subordinate asked. Then, Director, are we just going to sit by and let those Vietnamese monkeys treat our envoy like this? Nintendo revealed a self-confident smile. No, I will get Wien Hong to pay the price for his pride and arrogance. We don't have to act, there will naturally be someone to do it for us. In the Daluo Mountains. Enright, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, was currently walking towards the general location of Yu Zhong and his people in the cave. Raise your hands. Otherwise we'll shoot. All of a sudden, 2 rifles appeared within the forests, aimed at Enright. Enright raised his hands and spoke casually. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm an envoy from the Kingdom of God. My name is Enright. I have some matters I would like to discuss with your leader Yu Zhong. I know he's here. Please grant me an audience with him. The current situation was that society was incredibly unstable, and Enright had no safeguards nor measures to ensure his safety. If he was shot to death just like that, it would truly be a meaningless death. There was no government to protect any envoys or ambassadors after all. If it was before the apocalypse, with his foreigner status, even the Vietnamese police would not dare touch Felix, not to mention throwing him into a pig's pen. Hold on. One of the soldiers responded to Enright, before swiftly retreating into the woods. An envoy from the Kingdom of God? They truly have their tricks to be able to locate us here. When Yu Zhong heard the report from his soldier, his eyes flashed with a strange glint. When Yu Zhong had entered Daluo Mountains, he had taken extra care to erase his track. However, he had never expected that he was still tracked down after all. Truthfully, it was a matter of fate and luck as well. When Yu Zhong had led such a big group to hide out within the Daluo Mountains, the huge group of people had been picked up by the satellites controlled by the Kingdom of God, and hence they were discovered. Bring him in. Yu Zhong mulled over silently before giving the order to the soldier. Soon, Enright was brought before Yu Zhong. Enright carefully assessed this well-known tyrant in front of him, who had slaughtered over 4,000 Vietnamese in a fit of anger, and smiled respectfully as he greeted. Mr. Zhong, I'm Enright, an envoy from the Kingdom of God. It is an honor and pleasure to meet you. No matter how Enright viewed Yu Zhong in his heart, he would not show it on his face. Hence, he didn't say much. Yu Zhong glanced at him and got straight to the point. "Anright, what brings you here?" At this time, Chen Yao brought out 2 cups of tea in front of Anright and Yu Zhong, before she sat by Yu Zhong's side, quietly looking at Anright. "Thank you." Anright looked at Chen Yao, noting her elegant and valiant aura, coupled with her beautiful looks, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint, before he turned to face Yu Zhong and smiled, pulling out a piece of document. "Mr. Yu Zhong, our Kingdom of God would like to cooperate with you in bringing down Wuyanhong, who's a truly despicable and evil existence. This is the distribution of Wuyanhong's current power right now, and we hope that it would be of use to you." Yu Zhong received the document and assessed it, only to discover that it was an extremely detailed map of Vietnam, and on it, there were indications of where Wuyanhong's establishments were, his current troop strength, the number of people in each place, and other detailed information. The value of this document alone already outweighed the equipment of a battalion. The intelligence was obtained after the Kingdom of God had expended numerous pieces and resources to obtain. There were even information on some secretive factions that Yu Zhong did not know about. Yu Zhong looked at it before throwing it back to the table and stared at Anright and declared coldly, "It's not enough. If this is all you have to offer, it's not enough. You want me to be the knife, you must at least help to sharpen the knife. With our people and equipment here, with just the map, we can at most harass them. I need weapons, a huge number of weapons. I will only deploy my troops if we have sufficient firepower. Otherwise, I can only relocate my troops away from here." Anright felt disgruntled, but he still wore that perfect smile, and pulled out another piece of document and pushed it in front of Yu Zhong. "Mr. Yu Zhong, please look at this then. I believe that this document should satisfy your need." Yu Zhong received the new document and looked, and immediately felt waves of shock coursing through his mind. In this document there was clear and detailed information on all the armories and storage facilities located in Vietnam. With this document, Yu Zhong would be able to easily locate them, and once he had dealt with the zombies, he could gain a large number of weapons and equipment. The Kingdom of God could expand quickly in all parts of the world because of many of their multinational corporations were secretly spies for them. Many of the ordinary army camps had already come under their control. As for those bases that were situated deep in forests or underground, it was impossible for them to discover, but as to any bases situated near cities, they were extremely clear on the locations and details. It was precisely because of their powerful intelligence that the Kingdom of God could move out so quickly and decisively. Yu Zhong looked at the document once through carefully and asked coolly, "What are your requests?" Anright wore a sincere expression and said, "We don't have a single request. We're truly sincere in working together with you. We just hope that after you have dealt with Wuyanhong, you can help rescue our comrades that have been suffering at his hands, and that we can still continue operating as per usual in the places you have conquered." In truth, Anright was not interested in the captives that Wuyanhong was tormenting. However, without asking for it, he was afraid Yu Zhong would suspect their motives. Yu Zhong thought silently before replying, "I can return your comrades to you. However, the continued operations, I'll have to think about it." Anright pretended to hesitate for a while before nodding. "Okay." Yu Zhong reached out and smiled. "Here's to a happy partnership." Anright also smiled warmly and gripped Yu Zhong's outstretched hand. "To our cooperation." Chapter 467, Mutant Flower Poison Spider. Chapter 467, Mutant Flower Poison Spider. Within a Vietnam Army base, there was a large number of zombies decked in military uniform quietly standing still. The entire place was eerily quiet. If there wasn't a summon from any Z-type monsters, these zombies would stay there like this until they evolved or gained a scent of a living being. Out of the blue, a number of loud sounds and movements from a vehicle fleet came resounding, and with the noise, the zombie group started to shamble towards the source of the noise. Outside the camp, there was a fleet of vehicles that had come to a stop, as hundreds of soldiers alighted from their respective vehicles and assembled in front of a person. She was Chen Yao. Kill! Chen Yao took a look at the zombies within the camp, and her eyes flashed before she ordered coldly. Brothers, let's charge! With Chen Yao's orders, Gong Tao bellowed with fury and he raised his replica Tang sword as he charged towards the zombies. Humans were after all intelligent, and because of that, they could dominate the entire planet even as a frail species. After the appearances of the mutant beasts, many intelligent humans already thought of using their tough hides as armor. Yu Zhong had brought a number of men to kill so many Vietnamese soldiers, and had obtained many low-level armors. While these armor and protective hides could not withstand bullets, blocking the claws and scratches of the zombies was no problem. After equipping the hides, the casualties suffered by the troops would then plunge. Many of them scrambled to get a good equipment, as it was the stepping stone to enhancement and becoming strong. This camp had about 800 zombies within, and they were soon wiped out by Gong Tao and his troop. After clearing the place of the zombies, with Yu Zhong's orders, the soldiers began to gather the corpses orderly and burnt them. Ever since coming across the Devourers, Yu Zhong had a strong impression of their abilities to even destroy a tank after evolving to the maximum. Of course, in an area of effect, the Devourers could not compare to tanks, but Yu Zhong was still uneasy, and would not risk leaving behind corpses for Devourers to swallow. Every one less freak of nature would still be beneficial to him. Our spoils this time is not too bad. When Yu Zhong stepped into the base, he saw the 20 tanks laid out neatly and rejoiced in his heart. The document that the Kingdom of God had given Yu Zhong provided detailed information on various Vietnamese army camps and weapons storage facilities. However, the majority of them were situated at Chao Bang City * Lang Sun City. Of the various camps in these locations, most of them had been opened and wiped clean by Li Guangyi or Wuyan Hong, bolstering their own forces. Yu Zhong had then used the map to locate another weapons storage facility and another 3 army bases. Those 3 bases happened to be ordinary border patrol camps, and only this one that they found had actually contained tanks. After opening this place and obtaining the 20 tanks, Yu Zhong could be considered to have struck lottery. However, just as he got excited, he immediately frowned in the next moment. Gong Tao came up to Yu Zhong excitedly and exclaimed, "Leader, we've struck it rich! This is an armory. We have tanks now." Tanks were considered the kings of the battlefield, and with this camp of tanks, even a 100,000 zombie horde would not pose a problem to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gazed at Gong Tao and spoke indifferently, "Who amongst you know how to operate them?" Gong Tao immediately frowned. Operating tanks was a specialty skill, and not anyone could just go in and get used to the controls. No matter how advanced the weaponry, if there was no suitable operator, then they weren't worth anything. And it was precisely because of this Yu Zhong was currently frowning. These 20 tanks were truly a treasure, but for them to exhibit their might, he lacked the necessary manpower. Ah! Attack! All of a sudden, there were gunshots and screams from the soldiers coming from the other side of the base. Yu Zhong's face fell and he immediately activated his shadow steps and charged towards the source of the disturbance. In his heart, every single soldier that fought for him was an invaluable resource, and he would not give up easily on any single one of his subordinates. 4 seconds, in a mere 4 seconds, Yu Zhong had reached the source of gunshot. Only to see that in the area, there was a swarm of countless black spiders the size of 2 palms currently pouring towards the soldiers. Level 14 Strange Beast, Mutant Flower Poison Spider. It is a mutated variant with a potent venom. Yu Zhong's troops were firing like mad at the mutant flower-poisoned spiders. The rain of bullets caused countless spiders to be ripped to shreds, and as each mutant flower-poisoned spider burst open, the venom splattered out and caused the ground to sizzle, revealing countless little holes. Those mutant flower-poisoned spiders had low defenses, but their speeds were above even the S1S, and they quickly reached the soldiers. As one soldier was firing at dozens of the mutant spiders, causing them to burst open, he was immediately swarmed by 8 others, leaping towards his head. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" That soldier became frantic and tried to swat the spiders off, as one of his palms actually crushed one of the mutant flower-poisoned spiders. Ah! When the soldier crushed the flower-poisoned spider, its body was squashed, and the poisonous mucus started to corrode his right hand and armor. A huge hole appeared in his right hand, causing his face to contort in agony. The remaining 7 mutant spiders leapt onto his head and bit down viciously on his neck, as the potent venom entered his system, and he collapsed numbly. Numerous other mutant flower-poisoned spiders pounced and climbed all over him, enveloping him within seconds. When Yu Zhong got there, 8 of his soldiers had been consumed by those mutant spiders. "Everyone retreat!" Yu Zhong immediately gave the order, as he waved his right hand and causing the devil flame to be conjured, before casting it at the spiders like a blazing tornado, enveloping them. Within that intense flames, groups of the flower-poisoned spiders were incinerated. Chen Yao came to Yu Zhong's side only to see her smacking the ground, and 30 huge vines burst out from the ground. The vines danced in the air, aiming to swat down on the spiders. With each slap a huge patch of spiders would be crushed. Chen Yao led the Chinese Sky Association members and tried to take on all sides, and she exhibited all of her might. She, who had been shying away from battles in the initial part of the apocalypse, had by now become an evolver of level 39 and countless battles and experience under her belt. Her combat prowess was truly overwhelming as well. If humans were forced into a corner, they would either wait for death or explode out with incredible strength. Initially, if Yu Zhong had not been forced himself, he might not have dared to pick up the wooden staff to crush the first zombie's head. Pan Jin Yong and Gon Tao both held their own assault rifles and fired wildly at the swarms of mutant spiders. White Bones was like a fireman, rushing everywhere to kill any that escaped. With Yu Zhong's terrifying devil flames, after a single fiery tornado blew past, an entire patch had been incinerated. He was like a fiery demon that controlled the flames to envelop any mutant spider that tried to attack. However, even with their efforts, there were a few that managed to get away, making their way towards the lower-leveled enhancers. "Get out of the base! Back to the main road! Gon Tao, go organize a resistance!" Yu Zhong gave the order solemnly as he observed the mutant spiders. In the camp, the terrain was complicated and there were all sorts of constructions. With the cover of those buildings, the assault from the mutant flower-poisoned spiders were hard to defend against. However, the moment they managed to get to an open area, the spiders would be easier to deal with. After all, Yu Zhong and his men had decent firepower. He had even brought 8 gun-mounted vehicles with 12 7mm heavy machine guns. "Retreat!" Gon Tao nodded and immediately brought his men away from the camp. "Follow me. I want to see where their nest is." Yu Zhong eyed the never-ending swarm of spiders and charged towards the direction from where they came. He wanted to nip the problem at its bud. Most of the time, when there was such a large swarm of mutant beasts, there would usually be a Type 2 or Type 3 that commanded them as the head. Once that was taken care of, the rest would immediately break from order and scramble away. Chen Yao and Pan Jin Yong followed Yu Zhong closely. On the way, Yu Zhong enveloped himself with a layer of devil flame, causing any spiders that pounce on him to instantly combust and burn up. As though feeling the threat, those spiders which were intending to rush towards the outside immediately retreated, trying to pounce on Yu Zhong in a bid to attack him. However, their attempts were in vain, as they were instantly burnt up by the devil flame cover. White Bones followed closely behind, its bone blades dancing and slicing up many mutant flower poison spiders. However, when the bodies of the spiders were sliced apart, the splattering venom landed on White Bones' blade, corroding small holes and causing wisps of green smoke. White Bones' body was impervious to bullets and physical weapons. Even a 12.7 mm round would not be able to penetrate its bones. However, this corrosive venom was its perfect counter. After killing a certain number, it could not afford to slice any more, and it just followed closely behind. White Bones' speed had exceeded 10 times that of a normal person, and was even faster than most low-leveled agility-based evolvers. Those mutant flower poison spiders were simply no match for it, much less jumping on its body. Chapter 468. Huge Battle of Type 3 Mutant Beasts. Chapter 468. Huge Battle of Type 3 Mutant Beasts. Yu Zhong backtracked the paths of the spiders and kept on charging forwards. After running for about a kilometer, he finally came to a dense forest area. The moment he stepped into the forest, he was suddenly besieged on either sides by 2 large mutant flower poison spiders. They were the size of 2 persons' faces side by side, and their jaws were wide open, as 2 white globs of spit shot out at Yu Zhong. Level 60 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Flower Poison Spider. The moment those Type 2 appeared, a strong sense of danger had welled up in Yu Zhong's mind, and he leapt backwards with lightning speed. At the same time, his eye of perception had already provided him with the information on those 2 huge mutant spiders. The 2 globs of spit landed at Yu Zhong's original position, just an instant after Yu Zhong had retreated. The sticky spit was an innate ability of those Type 2 mutant flower poison spiders, and they were quite dangerous for an attack. The moment the spit touched the prey, the sticky silk would start to constrict, binding the prey tightly, at the same time releasing a paralyzing agent, causing the prey to lose all sense of resistance. Even the Type 3 lightning would find itself in a bind if it were to be caught in those silks, and would only be consumed. Of course, lightning's speed could break the sound barrier, and naturally would not be caught so easily. After dodging those spit attacks, Yu Zhong immediately pulled out his stinger and fired 6 consecutive shots at the 2 Type 2 mutant spiders. Pung! Pung! Assaulted by the shots, one of the Type 2 mutant spiders instantly burst open, and the insides splattered out, corroding a hole in the tree it was perched upon. The Type 2 mutant flower poison spider was a high offense but weak defense type of mutant beast. Its damage could cause even a Type 3 to be threatened. However, its body could not withstand even the shot of a normal rifle bullet, not to mention the might of the stinger. As for the other Type 2 mutant spider, after suffering a hit, a hole appeared in its body, and it endured the pain as it hurried over to another tree. Yu Zhong waved his right hand and a huge ball of devil flames immediately shot towards the tree like a cannon, instantly engulfing the tree and burning the Type 2 mutant spider with it. With the death of those 2 Type 2 mutant spiders, a green box and a Level 3 skill book popped out. Level 3 skill book. Strengthen bullets using energy to collect an ammunition, causing resulting rounds to have extra lethality. Active skill. With each usage, expends a minimum of 10 spirit and 5 stamina. Level of threat depends on bullet, skill enhancement and level, as well as amount of spirit and stamina used. The green treasure box also revealed a small Level 3 defensive wear. By this time, defense drops were the lowest of the different occurrences, and even after killing so many enemies, Yu Zhong had only come across Level 2 armors. As for a Level 3, he had only one. This was the second time he obtained a Level 3 armor. With such rate, it was equivalent to a Level 4 treasure. This skill should be left for those who focus on guns. Yu Zhong eyed the Level 3 skill book before keeping it in his storage ring. After all, Yu Zhong still had countless skills that lacked the points to be enhanced, and he did not have any intentions to learn another level 3 skill. After taking care of those 2 type 2 mutant flower poison spiders, the remaining mutant spiders did not scramble away nor collapse, instead becoming more aggressive as they leapt towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong watched the constant stream of mutant flower poison spiders attacking him, and he thought, even the type 2s are dead. They are still not dispersing. Don't tell me that there's a type 3 nearby? Yu Zhong quietly assessed the situation as he fended off the attacks from the ordinary mutant spiders with ease. From the attack style of the type 2s earlier, the mutant spiders are strong in offense but weak in defense. Their speed is fast, but defense is incredibly low. If it's such a type 3 mutant beast, I have the chance to defeat it. Yu Zhong turned to face Chen Yao and Pan Jin Yong as he spoke solemnly. Chen Yao, Pan Jin Yong, you guys head back first. I'm going further in for a look. A type 3 mutant beast was truly terrifying, and Yu Zhong did not possess the confidence for an absolute victory. Being alone, there would still be a chance for him to escape, but if Chen Yao and Pan Jin Yong were to be brought along, they might end up losing their lives in here. Yu Zhong knew that with his speed nearing 18 times that of a normal human, even when facing the Type 3 lightning with a Mach 1 speed, he could still react and hold his own. That was why he was confident in his survival. Otherwise, he would not go provoke those Type 3 mutant beasts for no reason. Be careful! Chen Yao had matured a lot as she called out in worry, and turned around with Pan Jin Yong to exit the forest. The moment Chen Yao stepped out, the surrounding plants and flora around here became sharp blades, acting as though they had a mind of their own as they sliced the mutant spiders all around her and Pan Jin Yong. In the dense forest, her power could be exhibited at 120%. After ensuring that Chen Yao and Pan Jin Yong had left, Yu Zhong immediately activated his bone-encompassing armor, forming a carapace of white bones. Using the bone spikes to propel himself upwards onto a tree, he then proceeded to follow the trail of spiders. After running in the dense forest for another 2 kilometers, Yu Zhong finally heard an earth-shaking roar. He landed quietly on a branch of a huge tree and looked towards the direction of the sound. He discovered that there was a huge patch of purple flowers, looking like a sea of purple. In the middle, there was a tree that seemed to be carved out of purple jade, with 7 purple branches, and an extremely small-sized fruit that gave off an incredibly strange aroma. About 100 m away from the purple fruit, there was a huge ape that was 4 m tall, covered entirely with red fur and ripped muscles, its claws slashing as it had an ugly expression being trapped by white spider silk. On the other side of that spider web, there was a 2 m tall, black spider that had legs larger than the size of human legs. Level 85 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Ferocious Ape. Level 76 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Mutant Flower Poison Spider. 2 Type 3 Mutant Beasts. When Yu Zhong saw them, his heart immediately turned cold, before he swiveled to look at the strange fruit with that aroma. Even at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, he could smell the scent of that purple fruit, and it was capable of driving him crazy. Each blow from the fist of the Type 3 ferocious ape could instantly pummel a tank, and its speed was faster than lightning, while it could withstand the damage from even a 37mm round. Its innate ability was its insane strength. Even amongst the Type 3 mutant beasts, it was an incredibly terrifying existence, tearing apart other beasts with ease. If it were to unleash a punch at Yu Zhong, even if he could block it, he would be sent flying dozens of meters, and his injury would not be light. This fearsome Type 3 ferocious ape was entangled within the white spider web, and it was struggling in frenzy, tearing through the many layers of silk. As for the Type 3 mutant flower poison spider, it continued to shoot out spit after spit without hurry or haste, every shot landing on the ferocious ape and adding to its misery. The Type 3 ferocious ape roared twice in succession before the web sealed its head, cutting off its breath for about 2 seconds before it slumped to the ground, having been affected by the neutralizing toxin from the web. Right at this time, a gray shadow shot out from a corner, aiming for the Type 3 mutant spider. Level 73 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at the Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse, noting that it was about 2.7 m tall, its body covered entirely in a gray armor, and sharp claws on all 4 limbs. Its defense seemed stronger than even lightning, although its speed was slower than lightning's. Even so, the speed of the Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse was nearing the sound barrier, every movement as swift as the wind. It crossed a distance of more than 100 meters in a second as it pounced viciously on the mutant flower poison spider. As the Type 3 mutant spider seemed to be at the mercy of the Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse, the mouse was suddenly stopped in midair. It had been caught in an indiscernible web of silk. This transparent spider web was a trap laid by the Type 3 mutant spider. It knew its combat abilities were weak. Just a single punch from the ferocious ape could flatten it. However, it was an expert hunter and excelled in the usage of traps. As long as any prey entered its domain, even a mutant beast with a higher level would be at its mercy. The Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse struggled frantically, slashing out with its sharp claws, tearing apart that transparent silk that can withstand even bullets, and it dropped down from the trap. Just as it landed, the Type 3 mutant spider had already spat out a glob of white sticky silk at it, causing the Type 3 Shadow Gray Mouse to be instantly enveloped and wrapped into a ball. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.